Other races got their checks, their peace, their closure. We still got promises, but denying over and over. We built this shit, y'all were never here. Watch the wealth move everywhere but here. We marched for freedom, they cashed on ours. Sat in the rain, they danced in the showers. Every bill with our name got stalled, rewritten. They quote our pain like scripture, but never listen. This ain't a handout, this a debt loan due. History knows it and the world do too. Pay us all, cut the check, bitch. Reparations now, cut it now. Stop playing with our check, bitch. We lived in movements, open the door. Then watched immigrants take the floor. Every law we bled to make was shared. But when it's our turn, they dirty ass, never there. Immigrant seats block the claims we made. In political seats throwing shade. Saying if they can't pay, we can't get paid. Now that's the shit that can have you getting sprayed. Yeah. Green cards is your reparations, you're a hater. Here's our invoice for centuries of labor. The shift is here, paradigm real. Either cut the check or somebody will get. Until that day we gotta tighten up. Build our own, pull our resources, we gotta tighten up. No more envy, no quiet divide. One code, one vision, one side. Group economics, that's the seed. Self-repair before they lead. No jealousy, no fear, no stall. Together we rise, or not at all. This ain't a handout, this a debt loan due. History knows it and the world do too. Pay what's owed, cut the check, bitch. Reparations now, cut it now. Stop playing with our check, bitch. This is the shift, the correction, the call. We built the foundation, we own it all. RVA forever. It's not begging, it's a debt that owed. Stupid ass.
Mike Larry, oh my God. I don't know what you did to create this song, but oh my God, this song right here, they gonna love it.
R&B Mary J. Blige. Mike Larry, thank you. We opened doors that they walking through. Built a house and shared a view. Somewhere along the line, they forgot who set the table. We gave the blueprint. Now they changing the label. You can copy the rhythm, but not the pain. You could sing the note, but not the chain. We cried in the fire, but came out gold. Still holding the story our elders told. We showed the world how to stand tall, and we ain't falling for the same games at all. This time we know what we're facing. We're reclaiming our foundation. This is delineation, a separation born of revelation. We drew the line to keep our power sacred. We are the soul, can't fake it, can't take it. This is delineation, yeah. We hold the root, they chase the vibration. We ain't hating, we preserving the truth. That's delineation. Too long we fed the world and went hungry. Shared our plate, but they called us ugly. Now we see the mask and the smiles face low. Can't build the future if they don't wanna know. We stood in the storm, they danced in the calm. Took our rhythm, tried to steal our song. But the melody lives where the struggle been. You can't touch soul if you ain't live within. We love the people. Every queen and king gotta claim their own. Can't fight for freedom, didn't hide from the fight. If you eat at the table, you better bring life. Oh, That line divine, we claim again is hell. Not division, it's preservation. So you can't tether the truth, can't still control. This is delineation. A love that's proud and a pain that's patient. We ain't hating, we're cultivating the rules. That's delineation.
Yo, what you looking at, man?
Man, I'm listening to all viral access media, bro. You need to check this out.
Yo, check that out, man. You already know. You better check this channel out. All viral access media, man. We out.
And they're acting like a hoe. Just acting like a straight hoe. Okay.
Yeah. Everybody want to link up till it's time to hold weight. Let's talk about these tethers.
You show up when the shine come on, never there when the grind too long. You want my rhythm but not my rain. My story's sweet but you skip the pain. I see the reach, I feel the pull. Fake love sound beautiful. You tired to take, I'm tired of truth. Can't drag me down, I cut that loose.
I move with purpose, not for clout.
Oh, I know what loyalty's about. Oh,
You can't fake rules with borrowed chain.
real ones bleed before they gain. Oh,
They put up but they don't stay real. All that talk but they never build. Always want a piece of the globe, but the flame too hot, they can't control. Cut them, let the truth unfold. We don't bend, we just turn to gold. Trying to ride our lane, but this soul too deep, can't be explained. I gave game, they gave excuses. Shared the meal, they took the juices. Now they dance like they made a groove. But we the ones that pay those dues. Ain't no shortcuts through the storm. You can't fake struggle to look reborn. Respect the source, that's all I need. But if you leash love, I make it bleed.
we ain't bitter, we well.
We just guard what's rare.
You can tether to the throne.
You ain't help lay that stone.
You can tether to the throne. You can tether to the throne. Tethers, they pull up, but they can't stay real. They built this heart from iron and steel. Tethers, reaching for the crown, but the roots too strong to pull us down. Tethers, yeah, we free at last. Cut the cord, now the future's back. Tethers, you can change its name. We the soul, the sound, the flame. Yeah.
No ties, no strings. If it ain't love, it's not the thing. We cut tethers and we ride.
All right. That is it. Okay. Hold on a second. Let's see where I want to start. Hold on one second. All right. I'll get into that in a second. Let's see. Get back up here. All right. Thank you, Tina. How's the weather out there? Welcome to the Revolutionary Agenda. I'm your host, Seduction Doll, aka the Black Villain, aka Brady Marie. Lady Che. Welcome. It's been a minute. I have to kind of squeeze in between the marathons. I got to get my shit out, but I operate on a different time schedule. This is usually the witching hour for me. I got all kinds of stuff to talk about right before we get started. I'm kind of just being indifferent and working on stuff like with certain things. I decided that I'm going to create like a little secondary channel maybe, so I could do shorts and reels and stuff, and really work on. I do a lot of like metaphysics, like divination, such as pendulums and palm reading and motherfucking all kinds of other stuff. You know what I mean? I can do anything and everything. Speaking of, this motherfucker right here needs a fucking serious voodoo cleanse. Him. That bad juju. It's starting to affect my life. Yeah, so that's what I'm gonna start doing. I got most of my tools and stuff that I'm gonna be using for all that. And I might do some Aries type videos. Talk about that for a little bit. Because I always have something to say. What else? As I'm working on, just basic other shit gonna do it for the city. Start being more moving around since Jesse's running for office. Yeah, I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try to do it. Kind of been indifferent about this because, I'm like not my own person, so I don't really know. We're going to an event tomorrow, I believe, or later on today, whatever. Okay, so now guess what? I've watched all kinds of shows and stuff like I got to talk about. Watched the Michael Jackson documentary with Jesse for the freeze. I got that. I did that. We were gonna watch the interview or the 3-episode document biography or whatever, and he had bad juju, so I couldn't get started. However, I watched all 3 episodes. I watched the three episode thing. It was just like a regular I can't even say that word right now. I guess it's smoking weed. Let's say biography right now. We'll just say that. So I watched it. It was pretty intense and sad. I think the biography, the 3 episodes that they had back to back. I don't know if anybody's seen them, but I did. I think that they just really portrayed him really. It was just really sad, like really ugly shit towards the end. Basically making it seem like he was just completely destitute, and I just couldn't handle that part. I don't like that. So I did watch it. I watched the movie too. I guess when I seen it a couple times before, I had to make sure the site worked, right? So I seen it first, and then the next day I told Jesse that, I could pull it up or whatever, and he was already coming to the dogs. So I watched it like 3 times. Twice really, like, one with everybody, like, him, me, and, my brother, whatever. So 3 times really. The first time I seen it, I got mad because I didn't like the way it ended. Like, I felt like, I was like, is that how it ends? I didn't realize, because I don't not listen to the New Black Media or anything during the week. I just kind of like, because everybody's covering all the same topics. So like, and everybody had a high review, so I didn't want to be contrarian. But I was like, this is how it fucking ends like this? Like, what the fuck? Then I didn't realize that there was 2 more pieces to this film, right? And I was like, oh, you know what I mean? So I was kind of disappointed in the way it ended, probably because I was expecting more. I didn't realize it was like damn near 2 hours long or something like that. I didn't realize that part. And I didn't know that there was extra pieces to this movie. So I was like, well, so you give us this and you gotta wait like 9 more motherfucking months to the second piece. It's like, that's like, that right there is like, I don't know if it's impatient or dumb to me. You're like, I just couldn't. I was like, that made no goddamn sense. Like, by the time you get the second piece out, everybody's gonna forget where they left off. It caused me to go on a typical Michael Jackson biography watching too. Afterwards, I think I watched like two more biographies. Like, whoa, I've learned much. It kind of brought back sad little memories, you know. Aside from that, I thought it was pretty decent. Was that Jermaine's son? He did a pretty decent job. Hard to play the fucking King of Pop. Shit. It's gotta be hard. It's a lot to live up to. Especially if you're a family member, you know? So I watched that. I watched this show called Man on Fire. And I remember seeing a movie with Denzel Washington and Dakota Fanning. That was the Man on Fire, right? He goes, then he plays an excellent character trying to protect her shit. And it's all fucked up. Well, this is like a show, like a series. It's like 8 episodes long, and I don't know what the cat's name is, but he plays in this other show that I just watched this year called Wonder Man, right? So I forgot what old boy's name is, but he's a completely separate character from that show. I was like, ooh, I kept calling him Wonder Man through the whole thing because I don't remember his fucking name, right? His actor name. It was pretty fucking good. It was so good, I forgot that Denzel Washington did one beforehand. That's how you know that person is a quality actor. I'm not sure. He looks FBA. I'm not sure. I'm not sure about that. But I thought it was a good ass series. And it was 8 episodes. They kind of leave it for him to take another case or some shit like at the end. Yeah. This I don't want to spoil it, but it's good. What else did I watch? Let me think about it. I had a whole bunch of reviews. Whole bunch of reviews. I can't really think on it right now. I would have brought my notes, but I forgot. But yeah, those two were pretty decent. Pretty decent films. I've been doing a lot of research too, and there's a couple topics that I thought were pretty good. But when I got here, I couldn't use the computer, so I was setting up the queue from the tablet. And in case you don't know, I'm at Jesse's house, so my computer really doesn't have the screen, so going on the tablet, I'm not really quite used to it. So, it's slowly coming. I'm gonna build myself a news desk and stuff in my room. My whole room's about to get changed up, so that I can start filming again in my room. You know what I mean? Like that. It's kind of hard to be off camera all the time, you know. We're working on my 9 little bills, and I don't know what Jesse's been up to all week, so I gotta catch up. But apparently he's been moving around the internet too, which is good. It's positive. Yeah, so we're gonna tackle a couple of topics. A lot of them is gonna be like what happened, you know, with the Supreme Court. You know, I've heard a lot of what everybody says. I also found a couple of different dialogues about different things in regards to how we should listen to things or look at things. I don't know whether or not I believe it or not, but I'm quite curious, you know, see what's going on. A lot of people have the same fucking thought process, but I also want to show you the takedown. They had a takedown in Tennessee. That shit was so performative. There's I have a lot of Denver news, Denver politics stuff in the queue. Kind of mixed about. It's just because it wouldn't, and the computer was like, right. That's right. It's just me in Twin driving. So I was just adding because I thought that like I thought I had a chance to fix it, but I forgot I'm on the damn desktop and it's bad juju right here. I gotta cleanse this. Like seriously, I might have to go get a small animal or something. Like anything I touch, everything falls. It's like, oh my god, you know what I mean? So yeah, we can get to it. I want to say I'm caught up on a lot of different things you would not believe, but I am. So let's see. We'll figure it out. We'll figure out what we're going to do. We're going to go down the queue a little bit. I got a lot of Colorado news in because we haven't covered Colorado like for real. So we're going to start with the I was going to start at the data center, but I'll pause right there. We're going up there anyway. I don't know if you guys remember, but maybe a couple weeks.
We see kids getting off the bus.
A couple weeks back, when they were doing the No Kings protest, I did a show about it. I was talking about paid. I was talking about these activists are paid from DSL or PSL or whatever, and that during the No Kings protest, there was teachers that brought their kids there to protest, their students there. And I was like, they didn't sign no release, like, you know what I mean? And it was, I was watching something happen in Denver, and there's this white journalist, does a podcast now, older fella, like really older. He was going through the No Kings thing. He was asking random questions like, if the dude in Boulder should get deported. And before he could even really express himself, there was white people that were really attacking him. They didn't want to talk to him and shit. Kept snatching shit out of his hand, like really pushy, intimidating type. And they were actively admitting that they had brought their students up there. Their students were just, outside with them as they protest. They don't know what the fuck they're protesting at the time, you know what I mean? And it was just it was just paid agitation. And because the man was walking through just picking up flyers and asking questions, they didn't like that shit. They tried to move him around, like for real, move him around. And I was like, whoo, white on white crime. Like, I couldn't believe what I was watching. You know what I mean? They're so aggressive. Like, you don't belong here, old man, and try to push that up. I was like, Jesus. And, to take kids out of school, like, at any given, especially here, like, any given point, it could be calm, and then it could get crazy if it got crunk. What happened if it got crunk? Like, you didn't know who's gonna take responsibility for that. Like, there's all kinds of liabilities right there. There's all kinds of lawsuits, just right here in general principle. You know what I mean? So this kind of goes to that. Nick Freeman's in Chicago, and they did the same thing, right? And you'll see what's going on. Basically, kids are out there, right? And he'll point out a whole bunch of inconsistencies, with what's going on, what they're protesting about. So we're gonna play this. Hold on a second.
Right now, these kids are being bused into protest. United States of America. Are kids being brought to the protest here today?
There are students who will be attending.
Okay.
It represents what he is and what he feels like.
If we don't document things like this, we will lose our country. I believe this is going to be one of my most important videos yet, and it's going to appear more raw than usual. I wanted to get this out to you as soon as possible. I'm still in my hotel room here in Chicago, so welcome back to the Nate Freeman Show, and please enjoy these raw interviews. All right, Josh, we're here. We're in Chicago. Tell us, yeah, thank you. Tell the audience who you are and why we're here today.
Yeah, so I'm the Chief Strategy Officer at an organization called NAVI, or the North American Values Institute. And we support American civic values in K-12 schools, and we also combat anti-American extremism.
And we got the CPS, which is the Chicago Public Schools. CPS has signed a joint agreement with CTU to transform May 1st into a day of civic engagement, student voice, and standing up to the White House attacks on our school communities. So are we going to see the park is now, we're getting more and more people. Are we going to see kids being bused to this protest?
Yeah, so what we know is that CPS agreed to provide buses and lunches for at least or up to 100 schools. Now, there was a lot of red tape that they had to go through in order to get there, but we know that there are many schools, at least 35, that are confirmed busing kids to Union Park. That means that taxpayer money is paying for buses to take kids out of school during the school day to a park for a partisan political rally. So yeah, it's really messed up. It's high schools, and we do believe that a couple of elementary schools are participating.
So who are the key figures behind this protest that we're going to see, specifically the ones that are helping kids come to this protest?
Yeah, so this was all a doing of the Chicago Teachers Union. Within the Chicago Teachers Union, there's what's called the Core Caucus, the caucus of rank and file teachers or educators, caucus of rank and file educators. And the leader of that caucus is Stacey Davis Gates. Stacey is right now the president of the Chicago Teachers Union. She's also the president of the Illinois Federation of Teachers, of which the Chicago Teachers Union is a chapter. And she's the EVP under Randy Weingarten of the American Federation of Teachers. So she is the leader of this. She is the one who really, at the end of the day, is responsible for calling in March for a May Day resolution, which basically listed all of the left-wing causes under the sun as the reason, from AIPAC to Middle East policy to immigration rights to LGBTQ rights, so on and so forth, and called for school to be canceled for the day so that all the children and all the teachers could come to the park today. She leads the Illinois chapter, so any teachers union in Illinois, she's the president. And then she's also like the second in line for the American Federation of Teachers. So she's taking 3 salaries, right? She gets her main salary and then she gets a stipend from both of them. So, they talk about here like anti-capitalist, tax the rich, no billionaires. Well, she's taking 3 salaries, right? Like a little bit of cronyism going on there.
Yeah. You sent me a recording of a Zoom of a preschool teacher talking about, he wanted his students to be comfortable sharing gender expression. Can you tell me who this guy is? What is he talking about?
Yeah, so this guy is Tomas Lobato. He's a preschool teacher at Chicago Public Schools, a CTU member and a Core Caucus member. This was a webinar between the Chicago Teachers Union and the National Education Association. That's the largest teachers union in America, so it's a national organization. The webinar was a May Day for this rally curriculum build. And as I mentioned, CTU wanted this curriculum in the classroom as part of their civic day of action. And the curriculum, the idea was, this is what you can bring into the classrooms. And this was a preschool teacher telling other preschool teachers to bring in gender theory, immigration politics, anti-racism to preschoolers. Now, preschoolers, if you don't know, are 3 and 4 years old. So I don't know, I try not to use the word indoctrination loosely. It is not anything but indoctrination when you're talking about a 3 or 4 year old.
I really enjoy reading this book. It's Julian is a Mermaid. It talks about a young boy who is really into mermaids and wants to dress up as a mermaid.
At these protests, they register some of these 18-year-olds to vote at these protests that they're given extra credit to go to. Is that right?
Yeah, so they will do that at these. I can't say that they're doing it today. Maybe we'll find them doing that. But during Brandon Johnson's election, there was a PAC that is associated with the Chicago Teachers Union that actually was found to be busing kids from schools to Maggie Daley Park, which is Millennium Park, kind of in the center of the city. And it was a field trip for civics, just like this, right? Same thing. And on the bus, they passed out comic books. And these comic books framed Brandon Johnson as a superhero, and they framed Paul Vallis, his opponent, as a demon with the police behind him, anti-police. And then at Maggie Daley Park, it was like a fair, barbecue, games, etc. And they'd take the 18-year-olds, they'd register them to vote right there, and there'd be voting booths because they could early vote at the park. So they would literally take them there, they'd manipulate them with propaganda, and then they'd take them to the voting booth after registering them to vote. And this is part of the reason that Brandon Johnson won. This is the teachers union manipulating power in Chicago.
I mean, can you imagine your child being given extra credit to go to a protest to which he was registered to vote and to vote at? It's unbelievable what's happening in this country.
Give me one more thing about this, which is really concerning, is many of the schools that participated in that, they're what were called cluster schools, which means they have clusters of kids who have special education needs, like kids with disabilities, basically, or learning disabilities, but also physical disabilities, which means that most likely, and we're uncovering the proof about this, they were bringing disabled kids to register to vote, and then they need a person to bring them into the voting booth as a disabled person. So it is likely, though we're trying to prove it, that they were actually using disabled kids to get votes for Brandon Johnson, which is like these leftists talk about how, they're here to look out for the people that are the most oppressed or, are the most disadvantaged. Here they are taking advantage of them for some sort of political agenda that I think is actually the antithesis of that.
Yeah. Hi, sorry to bother you guys. I'm from New York. I'm doing a story on this May Day protest, and I was wondering, I noticed your jacket. Are kids being brought to the protest here today?
There are students who will be attending.
Okay, and how does that work? Do they have to get a permission slip or something like that? Can you walk through the little process, because I know the country's very interested.
I can't right now, sorry, because we're keeping track of where they're coming and how many there are and when they're arriving.
And can you tell me roughly how many kids are going to be coming here today?
We are not exactly, we have around 2,000, a little over 2,000.
2,000 kids. How many different schools?
Oh my gosh, there's a lot of them.
A lot of them. Okay. And look, safety operations. So how long have you been briefed about here today? Has it been weeks of preparation, months?
We've been preparing.
You've been preparing.
Sorry, we got to run to this.
Okay. Okay. We got to run to get the kids off the bus. This is, wow. If we don't document things like this, we will lose our country. You can see she said we're being prepared for months. I mean, you would think Chicago Public Schools should be preparing a lesson plan, not being prepared to bring kids to a protest.
50 schools in Chicago, over 50, have math proficiency rates of 0%. Exactly zero. The bottom, I believe, 20 schools as far as enrollment, the average reading proficiency is 17%, or 11%, actually, 11%. And the average spend per pupil on those schools is $33,000 per pupil. We have one school where there's 3 kids, $90,000 per kid. So, you tell me, what should the teachers union be advocating for? Yeah. Not this. Wow.
Is this just the one time a year the kids can go to a protest, or there's multiple opportunities like this?
Chicago has a lot of protests. We're pretty free speech. So there's a lot of opportunities. This just happens to be one that I know that they've been planning around for this year. So,
is there for the other side, right? Are the kids offered to go to a Trump rally or something like that, or no?
Not that I am aware of, nothing I can speak to on that.
Can you tell us roughly the ratio of the amount of kids who have come to the protest versus stayed back?
That I don't know offhand.
Let's guess. Let's do a ballpark.
I wouldn't even,
50-50?
There's so many other protests going on throughout the city today that this isn't the only one. So there's kids going to field trips on protests in Logan Square, in the West Side, in all different areas.
All right, tell the people what's behind us here.
I think they might be coming from one of the civic action events. It's possible from CTU Hall, but this looks like a lot of young people, so I would assume some students that are not in school.
Okay, so we got students, really, it says students over billionaires, okay?
It says Chicago Teachers Union on the sign.
Okay, we can see young kids protesting here today. Just take a look around. You can see some of these kids are high school, even younger maybe.
Elementary school, probably, yeah.
Elementary school. All right, can I ask you, are you a student here at Chicago Public Schools?
Yeah.
So, were you given the day to protest?
What?
Were you given the day to protest? Yes. What are you protesting here?
For immigrants.
Immigrants? Are you against ICE?
Yeah.
Why are you against ICE?
Because they're bad people.
What's that?
They're bad people.
They're bad people? Okay. What grade are you in? Ninth grade? Okay. Anything else? What do you think about Trump?
He's a bad guy.
He's a bad guy? What fuck Trump?
Fuck Trump.
Okay, what grade are you in?
Igual el que ella.
You guys are both ninth grade?
Yeah.
Okay, so fuck Trump. Okay, are your teachers in agreement with you? Do your teachers agree? Your teachers agree. Okay. And what do your teachers say about Trump?
Fuck Trump.
That's what the teachers say? They use the F word in class? Wow, so the teachers say F Trump in class, eh? What, do you guys want to be interviewed?
Yeah, what's up?
Okay, so tell us what brings you here today?
What brings me here today? Working hours, pay Donald Trump, ICE. Working on serious more hours, fighting for on serious more hours,
ICE in our streets,
Yes.
taking in the families, tearing them apart.
Speaking up for people who can't.
Is this the like most fun day of school?
Oh,
Basically.
yeah, for sure.
Yeah?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Low key, genuinely, yeah.
Yeah. And how long have you guys been like prepping for this day?
Well, honestly, in our world studies class, Miss Martinez, she's always teaching us about civil rights and how we should activate for ourselves and speak up. So I think this is like an opportunity, and yeah,
For
we've
our
been
voice to be
preparing.
out there, yeah.
Yeah. And what sort of things does she talk about in class? Specific things that you guys can remember?
Well, honestly, like things that we learned like from the past that we could relate to our future also, especially like with our voices. How she brings back like how in the past a lot of people couldn't make a change because of their voices not being out loud. So we should use that as a lesson and put it to our future and make a difference with that.
Yes.
And do they want to give you guys more days to protest?
Hopefully,
we
we can advocate for more days.
And what kind of change do you want to see here in Chicago from your protests?
Ice out of our streets,
Ice out of streets,
more
more
families
equal.
together, people speaking up.
What do you say to those people out there who say that ICE is protecting kids, that they go after criminals who hurt kids? What do you say to those people?
That's bullshit.
Bullshit?
That's bullshit.
And fuck guys.
Thank you, guys. Look, I'm trying to like
How do they know?
understand what I just heard. So there's students here who are saying that in class, their teachers are saying F Trump. Just think that this is really happening in this country now. Hi. Can I just ask, how much is this? $1? $5? Can I ask where you're from? So here we just saw this woman. She couldn't speak English very well. We have it in New York too. A lot of people coming around selling kids. So they have kids on the back. Do you see it here in Chicago all over?
Yeah, so we have ARC Music Festival in this park, and I remember we were all around dancing, and a little kid like this big comes up with candy, and he, everyone like a couple of us were like, "That's horrible! Get him out of here because it's like unsafe." A bunch of them showered this kid with money, just gave him money. It's like, what do you think this isn't safe. There's people in this park like drinking. It's all adults. You get trampled as a little kid. It's nuts.
Yeah. Yo, what's going on, guys? How you doing? Hey. I'm from New York. I got a YouTube channel. Is it okay if I interview you guys?
Are you guys okay with that?
Is that cool?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Tell me about your sign here, man.
It represents what he is and what he feels like. To be empowered and to take over people.
Yeah.
It's not right, and it shouldn't be happening, especially in this economy. Gas prices, oil prices going up. We need to change this. That's why all these people gathered today to speak up peacefully, respectfully, in a Buddhist way.
Yeah, I know when I was your age, I didn't have a chance to go out and protest. It's obviously a powerful thing that you're doing. What grade are you in?
I'm currently a senior at Lakeview High School. Definitely grateful for the opportunity that my teachers gave me to be here. It's a great experience.
So this is Trump as Hitler. Did you learn about Hitler in high school?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and can you talk to me about the similarities between Trump and Hitler?
Hitler was a leader, an empowered leader who was a hypocrite and decided to take over his country. Same thing what Trump is trying to do with immigrants. He's trying to kick them out, be a leader, try and take over.
I know one thing that Hitler did was do you know about how he killed 6 million Jews and that sort of thing? Yeah. Do you feel that Trump will do that as well?
If he could, he would.
Yeah.
If he could, he would definitely do it, because I think his personal experiences with him bringing ICE into the States, it definitely shows a big impact.
Last question for you. What was the process like to come here? Do you have to do a permission slip or that sort of thing? How many kids in your class came to this first stayed back?
So it's only currently 5 of us that came to this protest, because we learned about it in ethnic studies. We definitely learned a lot from it, especially because throughout these 4 units, we definitely learned what it is to be not a good person, and just to see what the real world is like.
Yeah. Okay. So 5 people out of the whole grade, or just out of that class?
Out of that class.
Oh, okay, got it. But the whole grade, more people came.
Yeah.
How would you say, what percentage of your grade showed up here today?
I would say a good 15.
15%?
Yeah.
Okay. And what was the reason that these other guys stayed back? What did they say?
They think it's gonna be riotful. It's dangerous. They don't want to go out because they're afraid to speak their mind. Yeah. Genuine questions, which is not ridiculous to say.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
All right. So come over here. I gotta say. So this guy just saw my press pass, and he's telling his associates to get people to speak to me. Hey, how's it going? I saw you. Do you want to Google me? I saw you saw my press pass. Okay. What brings you here today? So he couldn't spell my name right. So the founder of GitHub came up, Nat Friedman. So you got to add an E at the end. So he's going to work on that now.
He mentioned ethnic studies, by the way. This is one of the ways that this like oppression binary framework gets into schools. In California, it's actually state law, and it's happened in Minnesota and other places too.
What's up?
I was wondering the name of your channel so I could look it up.
Oh, yes. Yeah, my name is Nate Friedman.
Nate Friedman.
Yes.
Cool.
Yeah.
I want to be able to look it up and see Marco's interview.
Yeah, absolutely. You will see it up there tomorrow. All right, thank you.
No, it's actually perfect that he said that ethnic studies class is where he got this, because this is like this is DEI.
Take a look at what just happened here, guys. I interviewed a student who was a senior in high school. He says he's aware of how Hitler killed 6 million Jews, and he doubled down on how that they are similar, and that he would kill 6 million Jews. It's really quite something, isn't it? It's just almost not believable that they're teaching these kids that.
Yeah, I mean, like, the Holocaust was the industrialization of death of 6 million Jews and 12 million people. I don't think that they have really any idea like what the difference is. But when you constantly frame everything that is the right as Trump and fascist, and you say resistance against that is justified, like they're actually reversing it, right?
Trump rescued the hostages, and yet he's being equated to be Hitler.
For deporting illegal immigrants.
And another thing about this sign is that when you see 3 attempts on the president, that is exactly why you see 3 attempts on the president. These kids, they're not going to see Trump being assassinated as a bad thing because they're going to see it as Hitler.
The dog food one is also Nestle. Haagen-Dazs, Nestle. That San Pellegrino you ordered at dinner to feel a bit continental, Nestle. Perrier, Nestle. Gerber baby food, Nestle. Hot Pockets, DeGolmo, Stouffer's, Lincoln. Tasted chocolate. They don't even know what the beans they're picking are used for. The beans that end up in your Kit Kat. The company that profits from this has known it's been happening for over 20 years. They signed an agreement to stop it. Then they set a deadline. They missed it. They set another deadline. They missed that one too. They've now missed 4 deadlines. And last year, there were more children working in cocoa than when they started fixing the problem. That company is Nestle, and the child slavery is just the beginning. Right, so I went down a rabbit hole on Nestle the other day, and I need to talk about it because the more I read, the more I genuinely can't believe what I'm looking at. I thought I knew the basics. Everybody's heard the water thing, right? But the water thing is about 1/3 of the way down the list. There is stuff on here that makes the water thing look like a parking ticket. So, let's start at the top. Before we get into the properly grim stuff, you're going to need to understand how big Nestle actually is, because the scale of the thing is what makes everything else so bloody infuriating. Nestle started in 1866 when a German pharmacist called Henry Nestle invented a formula for baby cereal in Vevey, Switzerland, a baby food company. That's where it all began. A company that would go on to become synonymous with killing babies started as a baby food company. You couldn't write it. Over the next 160 odd years, through what I can only describe as relentless corporate predation, that little Swiss outfit became the largest food and beverage company that the world has ever seen. They pull in over 90 billion Swiss francs a year. That is north of $100 billion US in revenue. Their market cap is around 250 billion. They've got over 400 factories across 189 countries, 300,000 employees, give or take. But the bit that really stands out is the brands. They own over 2,000 brands, 2,000. And 31 of those are what the industry calls billionaire brands, meaning that each one pulls in over $1 billion a year by itself. You know, Nescafe, you know, Kit Kat, but did you know that Purina, the dog food one, is also Nestle? Haagen-Dazs, Nestle. That San Pellegrino you ordered at dinner to feel a bit continental? Nestle. Perrier? Nestle. Gerber baby food? Nestle. Hot Pockets, DeGolmo, Stouffer's, Lean Cuisine, Tombstone Pizza, all Nestle. Oh, and they own 20% of L'Oreal, the world's largest cosmetics company. We'll come back to that one later because it involves actual Nazis, which Yeah, just park it for now. Trust me, we'll come back to it. The point is, Nestle is an empire. It's in your fridge, it's in your cupboard, your bathroom, your dog's bowl, your baby's bottle. If you wanted to boycott them, and millions have tried, you'd need a spreadsheet and a magnifying glass to work out what to avoid. And that's by design. They've spent decades buying up brands specifically so that you don't associate your shopping trolley with the Nestle name. It makes boycotts nearly impossible and accountability a literal joke. If you're sitting there thinking, haha, I don't buy Nestle stuff, I genuinely encourage you to check your kitchen, read the labels, and I'll be here when you get back. Right? Surprised? Yeah, everyone is. So that's how big the beast is. Now let's talk about what it's actually been doing for the last 50 years. And I want to start with the babies, because once you hear this one, everything else starts to make a horrible kind of sense. So the story starts in the early 1970s, and it's the one that first put Nestle on the map as a villain. I'm gonna warn you, it is upsetting. Arguably the most disturbing thing any modern corporation has ever done. In the 70s, Nestle decided they wanted to expand their infant formula business into the developing world. Formula is a legitimate product, right? Nothing wrong with it in principle, but it was the way that they went about selling it that was, I don't even have the right words, psychopathic maybe? They hired salespeople and dressed them up as nurses. Actual nurse uniforms, white dresses, little caps, the lot. They called them milk nurses. These women, who were not nurses, would walk into hospitals and maternity wards across Africa, Asia, and Latin America. They'd find mothers who had just given birth and tell them that Nestle formula was better than breastfeeding. More modern, more nutritious. That this was what educated women used. Then they just hand out free samples. Just enough to last until the mother's own breast milk dried up. And that is the really nasty bit. If a mother stops breastfeeding, even for a few days, her milk supply drops. Sometimes it stops entirely. And once that happens, she's stuck. She has to buy the formula. And this wasn't some rogue operation. This was company policy. They ran mass media campaigns in countries where they bloody well knew the conditions weren't safe for formula use. They gave gifts and cash to health workers to push their product. They printed the labels in languages the mothers couldn't read, so even if they wanted to follow the mixing instructions, you literally couldn't.
Yep.
And now this is where it gets lethal. In most of the developing world in the 70s and 80s, clean water wasn't a given. Formula has to be mixed with water. If you mix it with contaminated water, you're essentially feeding your newborn a cocktail of cholera and dysentery. And that's exactly what happened. Everywhere, all at once. Mothers who couldn't afford enough formula would water it down, stretching one scoop across multiple bottles so that their babies ended up severely malnourished. Mothers who had enough formula but no clean water were unknowingly poisoning their children. And mothers who tried to go back to breastfeeding found that they couldn't because Nestle's free samples had already shut down their milk production. And so babies started dying. A lot of them. A 2018 study by the National Bureau of Economic Research, and I want to stress this is one of the most respected economics research institutions in the world, estimated that Nestle's formula marketing contributed to roughly 66,000 infant deaths in 1981 alone. In 1 year, among households without any clean water, infant mortality shot up by over 19 deaths per 1,000 births after Nestle moved into the market. And over the full period they studied, 1960 to 2015, they estimated approximately 10.9 million excess infant deaths connected to the marketing of breast milk substitutes. 10.9 million. That is more than the population of Portugal. More people than live in the whole of Sweden. Dead babies. Because a Swiss food company decided these communities represented an untapped market. And here's the really rough bit. In households that did have access to clean water, Nestle's market entry had virtually no effect on infant mortality. The formula was fine. The problem was that they deliberately marketed it to people that they knew couldn't use it safely because poor people in developing countries were a growth opportunity. In 1974, a British charity called War on Want published a report by a journalist named Mike Muller. The title was The Baby Killer, and it laid out exactly what Nestle was doing. When a German group translated it, they called it something even more direct. Nestle kills babies. Nestle's response? They sued them. dragged the translators into a Swiss court for defamation. After a 2-year trial, the court technically found in Nestlé's favor on narrow legal grounds, but the judge publicly told them they must modify their publicity methods fundamentally. He basically said, yeah, all right, they're getting babies killed, but you can't call them baby killers. Cheers for that, mate. Nice one.
Today we'll focus on one small element of their problems. We'll focus on the use of a product intended to nourish life, to enable infants to thrive and grow, to see how it can have the unintended effects of fostering malnutrition and spreading disease. We'll focus on the advertising, marketing, and promotion and the use of infant formula in developing nations.
By 1977, activists launched a formal boycott. It became the biggest non-union consumer boycott in history, spreading across the US, Australia, Canada, New Zealand, and Europe. In 1978, US Senator Edward Kennedy hauled Nestlé in front of the Senate for hearings. Under questioning, Nestlé's spokesperson denied any responsibility, arguing they couldn't control the water supply in developing countries, which I guess is a bit like sending someone a car with no brakes and then blaming the road when they crash.
Right.
The global outrage eventually led to the World Health Organization creating the International Code of Marketing for Breast Milk Substitutes in 1981. It passed the World Health Assembly by a vote of 118 to 1. Who the hell voted against that? One country voted against it. Go on, have a guess.
USA.
The United States, of course. Nestlé agreed to follow the code. The boycott was suspended in 1984. Sorted, yeah? No, obviously not. The boycott kicked off again in '88 after investigators found Nestlé was flooding developing world hospitals with free formula, directly violating the code that they had just agreed to. By 2010, 500 violations had been documented in 46 countries. As of 2022, they were still racking up nearly 100 non-compliant cases per year. 50 years on, and they're still at it. Keep that thought in your back pocket for the minute, by the way, because the whole baby formula story has a very recent epilogue, and we'll get there in a minute. Now, you think killing millions of babies would be the worst thing on a company's CV. You'd think that wouldn't be the full extent of it, but you haven't got to the chocolate yet.
Nope.
Or the water, or the horse meat, or the Nazis. It's going to be a busy video. Before we do, though, let me just quickly take you through some of the, I want to say, lesser scandals, but honestly, calling anything on this list lesser feels a bit generous.
Got all fucked up.
I'm going to call these the side quests because compared to the baby thing, they're almost quaint, but any one of them on its own would be the worst thing any normal company would have ever done. In February 1990, a random environmental lab in North Carolina tested a bottle of Perrier and found benzene in it. Benzene, as in the carcinogen. Carcinogen as in the thing that gives you cancer. 280 million bottles were recalled worldwide. 160 million in the States alone. Cost about £1 billion. Turns out the carbon filters that were meant to remove benzene from the CO2 had been clogged for 6 months, and nobody noticed. Perrier sales didn't get back to 1989 levels until 2013. 23 years to recover from one contamination scandal. And they had to drop naturally sparkling from the label because, surprise, surprise, it wasn't naturally sparkling at all. But here's the thing about Perrier. In 2024, it came out that Nestlé Waters France had been using illegal purification methods on their mineral water brands, including Perrier and Vittel, since the 90s. Selling illegally filtered water as natural mineral water for over 15 years. About 3 billion euros in fraudulent sales. A French Senate report in 2025 accused the Macron government of knowingly concealing the whole thing since 2021. So they didn't just have one Perrier scandal, they had a Perrier scandal and then a 30-year cover-up underneath. Lovely.
That these noodles contained dangerously high levels of lead.
In May 2015, Indian food safety authorities discovered that Nestlé's Maggi 2-minute noodles, one of the most popular products in the entire country, contained lead at nearly 7 times the legal limit. 17.2 parts per million against a max of 2.5. Nationwide ban, sales collapsed 90% within a month. 400 million packets destroyed. 6 billion rupee fine. In February 2013, beef products across Europe turned out to contain horse meat. Nestle found horse DNA in their Buitoni beef ravioli. CEO Paul Bulk called it unforgivable, which is a word Nestle should probably get embroidered on a throw pillow at this point. Keep an eye on that word, by the way. It's going to come up a lot. Speaker Buitoni, in 2022, one of the factories in France was found to be the source of an E. coli outbreak. 2 people died. 55 confirmed cases. When investigators went to check the factory, they found ingredients spilt on floors, residue on conveyor belts, and hygiene violations that would get a food truck shut down. A food truck. Nestle makes 100 billion a year, and they can't keep a clean floor. In 2007, Canadian authorities raided Nestle's offices over allegations that chocolate companies had been coordinating price increases. Nestle settled for $9 million without admitting guilt. In 2013, German authorities fined 11 chocolate companies, including Nestle, over 6 million euros for the same thing. So they're also fixing prices on chocolate, because of course they are. Right, anyway, that was just the warm-up. Back to the grim stuff. If the baby formula story is Nestle's original sin, then what they're doing in West Africa is the ongoing one, because this is happening right now, today, while you watch this. About 70% of the world's cocoa comes from 2 countries, Ivory Coast and Ghana. In those cocoa-producing regions, roughly 1.5 million children are working in cocoa production. And no, we're not talking about helping out on the family farm after school, no. These kids, some of them as young as 5, are doing 14-hour days, swinging machetes, applying pesticides, probably without protection, carrying 50-kilogram loads. Many of them were trafficked, taken from the poorest communities in Mali and Burkina Faso, promised a better life by recruiters, smuggled across borders, and put to work on cocoa plantations for no pay. They sleep in locked rooms. They work from dawn till dusk. Some of them have never tasted chocolate. They don't even know what the beans that they're harvesting are used for. And the farmers themselves? They earn about 78 cents a day. I mean, that's well below even the extreme poverty line. The whole system runs on exploitation, from the bottom right up to the boardroom in Vevey. And the chocolate it produces ends up in your Kit Kat, your Quality Streets, your Nesquik. Nestle will tell you they're working on it. They've been working on it now for over 2 decades.
Known as the Harkin-Engel Protocol, a public-private partnership to tackle the problem of child labor on nearly 1.5 million small cocoa farms in 4 African countries, beginning with Ghana and the Ivory Coast.
In 2001, under pressure from investigations and lawmakers, Nestle and other big chocolate companies, Mars, Hershey's, Cadbury, signed something called the Harkin-Engel Protocol. Voluntary agreement pledged to eliminate the worst forms of child labor from the supply chains. The deadline, 2005. Well, 2005 came and went. Nothing. Got pushed back to 2008. 2008, nothing. Pushed to 2010. Nothing again. After missing 3 deadlines, they just gave up on elimination entirely and set a more modest goal. Reduce child labor by 70% by 2020. Yeah, they didn't hit that one either. In fact, when Nestle launched their big cocoa plan in 2009, they promised a comprehensive crackdown on child labor. By 2019, there were 750,000 more children working in cocoa than when the plan started. More, not fewer. Their intervention somehow made it worse. So let's just throw that timeline down and see what we've got. 2001, we'll fix it by 2005. 2005, no, actually we'll fix it by 2008. 2008, 2010 for definite, for certain this time. 2010, okay, all right, we won't fix it, but we'll at least reduce it 70% by 2020. 2020 didn't do that either. 4 deadlines, 4 failures, 0 consequences. Remember that pattern, it's going to keep coming up. A Washington Post investigation found that as of 2019, Nestle could only trace 49% of their cocoa to the farm level. So for more than half of their chocolate supply, they genuinely had no idea where it came from or who made it. They publicly admitted they couldn't guarantee their products were free from child slave labor. In 2021, the case went all the way to the US Supreme Court. 6 blokes from Mali who'd been trafficked as children to work on Ivory Coast plantations sued Nestle under the Alien Tort Statute. This could have been a massive moment for corporate accountability. The Supreme Court voted 8-1 to throw it out. Not because they found Nestle innocent, because the court decided that since the forced labor happened overseas, American courts didn't have jurisdiction. The majority opinion basically said, yeah, Nestle profits from child slavery, but you know, it happens over there in a different country, so not our problem. Brilliant. And it doesn't stop at chocolate. In 2014, Nestle commissioned an investigation into their Thai seafood supply chain. The non-profit Verite found exactly what everyone feared: trafficking, forced labor, child labor, debt bondage. Workers from Myanmar and Cambodia charged recruitment fees they could never repay, given fake identities, put on fishing boats, cut off from the outside world, and forced to work until they collapsed. Men and boys from the poorest villages in Southeast Asia, lured by the promise of a decent wage, trapped on boats with no way out. No communication allowed, no rest allowed. And the product of all that? Purina pet food. I know, your cat's fancy feast with the fluffy white Persian on the tin and the gourmet dining experience branding. The seafood inside may have been caught by trafficked human beings. Nestle, to their extremely limited credit, publicly acknowledged the findings. They promised reform.
Behind our strategy is an intrinsic, very, very strong element.
They said they trained boat captains about human rights, which, right, yeah, that'll sort it. A class action lawsuit was filed. The Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals dismissed it. So anyway, that is the chocolate and the cat food, slave labor in both. And if you're wondering how a company pulls off something like this and still walks around like a respectable business, don't worry, we'll be coming back to that. But first, we need to talk about the water, because somehow it gets worse. Of all the things that Nestle has done, the water story might be the one that properly does your head in, because it's just so brazen, so completely shameless that it almost doesn't feel real. Let's start with a quote that launched 1,000 memes. In 2005, Nestle CEO Peter Brabeck-Letmathe appeared in a documentary called We Feed the World. And on camera, the man said that the idea of water being a human right was an extreme solution.
Wasser zu haben. Das ist die eine Extremlösung.
Now, Nestle's PR law have spent 20 years trying to walk this back. He was taken out of context, they say. He was talking about privatization specifically. He later clarified that he does believe in a minimum water allocation, about 25 to 50 liters per person per day. And honestly, it doesn't really matter what he meant, because everything Nestle has actually done since tells you everything you need to know. So let's start in Michigan. Nestle operates wells in Eva, pumping about 200 gallons per minute. That's over 1 million gallons of groundwater per day. And they pay, and I'm genuinely wishing that I was making this up, about $200 a year for the privilege. $200 a year for 1 million gallons a day. Your Netflix subscription costs more than what Nestle pays to drain an entire aquifer in Michigan. In 2003, a judge found their pumping caused substantial harm to the environment. Warming streams, shrinking channels, wrecking ecosystems. He ordered them to stop. An appeals court overturned it and let them carry on. Then in 2017, Michigan regulators approved Nestle's request to increase their extraction rate. And days later, the state announced it would stop providing free bottled water to the residents of Flint, whose water supply had been contaminated with lead. So on one hand, they're giving a multinational permission to pump even more groundwater, and on the other, they're telling their own citizens they can't have clean water for free anymore. Lovely. They pulled the same trick elsewhere. In California, during the historic drought, they extracted 25 times their legal limit from a national forest, while ordinary people were getting fined for watering their lawns.
Nestle has water rights, of course, in this area. From a legal standpoint, of course it's fair. From a perception standpoint, I understand why people are asking that question. But water belongs to no one.
In Ontario, they pulled millions of liters a day from wells on 6 nations' territory, while 85% of the indigenous community lacked clean tap water. What did they pay 6 nations? Nothing. The Haudenosaunee Confederacy Council says they never gave consent. But the one that really gets you, but that is nothing compared to Pakistan. Nestle's Pure Life brand extracted over 4.5 billion liters from 9 wells, paid virtually nothing. A forensic audit ordered by Pakistan's Supreme Court found that 43% of its nearly 2 billion liters was wasted. The aquifer that they were draining is the second most overstressed groundwater source in the world. Local villages that had relied on these wells for generations watched them go dry. Residents of Bati Dewan reported getting sick from contaminated water after Nestlé drained their supply. And Nestlé's solution? Install a filtration plant for the locals. Their answer to stealing a village's water was to sell it back to them through a filter. In Mexico, the community actually fought back. Nestlé's Bonafont brand was extracting water near the Popocatépetl and Iztaccíhuatl volcanoes in Nahu's indigenous territory. Jesus Christ, I have tried that so many times, I'm sorry I can't pronounce that. Anyway, moving on. They paid about $227 a year per permit. They made about 494 times that selling the bottled water. In 2021, 21 indigenous communities marched into the bottling plant, shut it down, held a trial for the government and the corporations, and converted the whole facility into a social center. Fair play to them, honestly. Good one. Oh, and their Poland Spring brand, marketed as 100% natural spring water. Plaintiffs in a lawsuit claimed not one drop came from a natural spring. The original Poland Spring in Maine apparently went dry years before Nestlé even bought the brand. They allegedly built man-made springs near former waste dumps to look compliant. A judge in Connecticut declined to dismiss those claims as recently as January 2025. The pattern is identical every single time. Move into a community, extract at rates way beyond what's sustainable, pay next to nothing, watch local water sources dry up, bottle it, sell it back to them, and when the heat gets too much, just sell the whole operation to a private equity firm and run away. In 2021, they flogged their entire North American water business for $4.3 billion, rebranded as Blue Triton. The extraction carried on, the problems carried on, Nestlé just stopped being the name on the door. And about that Peter Barber-Letmath quote, whether he said water ought to be a human right or not, every single thing Nestlé does screams that they believe it shouldn't be. When you drain a Pakistani villager's water, bottle it up and sell it back to them for a profit, that tells you everything you need to know, doesn't it? Right, so we've covered the dead babies, we've covered the child slaves and the stolen water, and I know what you're thinking, surely that is it, surely we have reached the bottom. But mate, no, we have not. We haven't even got to the Nazis yet. Let's talk about plastic. Nestlé is ranked as one of the top 3 worst plastic polluters on the planet, year after year, in global cleanup audits. Their annual plastic footprint is about 1.7 million tons. The biggest culprit? Those single-use sachets, the little individual serving packets of coffee and powdered milk that they flog across Southeast Asia and Africa. In the Philippines alone, their plastic pollution is estimated at 35,000 metric tons per year. In response, Nestlé set a target: 100% recyclable or reusable packaging by 2025. Sounds great, right? Except in 2024, they quietly changed the wording from recyclable to designed for recycling. Those are not the same thing.
No.
Designed for recycling means it could theoretically be recycled if the infrastructure existed, which in most developing countries it most certainly does not, where they're selling these sachets. It absolutely doesn't. It's the corporate equivalent of designing a paper aeroplane for space travel. Okay, now for L'Oreal. I said we'd come back to them, remember? Nestlé owns 20% of L'Oreal. Let me tell you about the founder of that company, Eugene Schuler. L'Oreal's founder was an actual active Nazi sympathizer and anti-Semitic fascist. He was a member of La Cagoule, a violent far-right terrorist group that assassinated government officials and firebombed 6 synagogues. He didn't just attend meetings, he bankrolled them and let the group use L'Oreal headquarters as a meeting place. During the war, he formed a group that collaborated with the Vichy government. His successor, André Betancourt, who married Schuler's daughter, wrote 60 articles for a Nazi propaganda publication. Nestlé acquired their 20% stake in 1974 at the direct request of Betancourt's family. They've held it ever since, over 50 years, as one of the largest shareholders of a company founded by a man who funded fascist terrorists. Make of that what you will. In March 2010, Greenpeace discovered Nestlé was sourcing palm oil from Sinar Mas, Indonesia's biggest palm oil producer, who were actively destroying orangutan habitats and razing rainforests. Greenpeace made a parody of the Have a Break, Have a Kit Kat advert, where an office worker unwraps a Kit Kat and bites into an orangutan's finger. Nestlé tried to get it taken down from YouTube, which obviously triggered the Streisand effect. 40,000 views in 20 hours. Eventually, it hit 1.5 million. 200,000 protest emails. They were forced to drop the supplier. But as of the latest audits, they still can't document the source of nearly a third of their palm oil. So that's going well. In China, Nestlé employees were caught bribing hospital staff to steal mothers' medical reports and push infant formula over breastfeeding. 6 employees got prison sentences up to 6 years. Same playbook as the 70s baby formula scandal, just on a different continent and 40 years later. Which brings us to the bit I told you to keep in your back pocket. In 2008, an industrial chemical called melamine was found in milk powder across China. 6 infants died. Hundreds of thousands suffered kidney damage. Nestlé was caught up in it. And then, January 2026, full circle, the global recall of infant formula across 60+ countries. Over 800 products from more than 10 factories pulled after babies fell ill from cerealide contamination. The dodgy ingredient was traced to a supplier in Wuhan. Cases in Brazil, the UK, and France, at least 1 death under investigation. A company that started as a baby food brand in 1866 was getting babies killed in the 70s, got caught bribing hospitals to push formula in 2011, and is now recalling contaminated formula in 2026. 160 years, and the one thing they've been consistently brilliant at is finding new ways to hurt infants. So the obvious question is, how on earth are they still here? Because let's be honest, any normal company would have been finished by now. One of these scandals would have been enough. Nestlé's been collecting them like loyalty points, and the honest answer is that they've turned avoiding consequences into something of an art form. Take the child labor deadlines. Every time one rolled around, they just negotiated a new one. 25 becomes 08, 08 becomes 10, and 10 becomes, oh, actually, let's just aim to reduce it instead. Every fresh promise brought them another few years to do nothing. It's the corporate version of telling your landlord the check's in the post, honest gov. Except the check is children's freedom and it's never, ever in the post. Then there is just the sheer size of them. 2,000 brands, 400 factories, operations in nearly every country on Earth. They've woven into supply chains and economies on every continent. You can't meaningfully punish them without causing collateral damage to communities and workers worldwide. And they know it. They've built themselves into something too big to fail, too sprawling to boycott, and too embedded to remove. And that's not an accident. When a specific operation gets too much attention, they don't fix it, they just flog it off. The entire North American water business, all those dodgy wells and depleted aquifers sold to a private equity firm for $4.3 billion. The extraction carries on, the damage carries on, but now, well, it's someone else's name on the paperwork. Problem solved. Well, for Nestlé at least. And the courts? Nestlé's been using the legal system since the 70s, and not to prove they're innocent, to prove that holding them accountable costs more than anyone can afford. The trafficked children from Mali couldn't get justice because the Supreme Court decided the slavery happened a little bit too far away. The community whose water was stolen couldn't stop the pumping because the fines were just loose change. In California, the maximum penalty for extracting 25 times your legal water allotment was $1,000 a day. Nestlé makes roughly $285 million a day. That fine is 0.00035% of their daily income. It's like fining you 1/10 of a penny for robbing a bank. Then there's the greenwashing, the sustainability reports, the pledges about recyclable packaging that quietly get downgraded from recyclable to designed for recycling when nobody's looking. Fancy initiative names like the Cocoa Plan and the Water Stewardship Program that generate a lovely paper trail of good intentions and absolutely nothing else. And when all else fails, they say sorry. CEOs issue a statement. Deep concern. Investigation announced. Auditors find problems. Nestlé pledges to do better. News cycle moves on. Nothing changes. The 2026 formula recall is the latest lap of this exact circuit. Cereulide contamination sickens babies across 3 continents. CEO apologizes. Consumer groups call it inadequate. And here we are, again. The math just works in their favor. The fines are smaller than the profit. The lawsuits get thrown out on technicalities. The promises buy time, and then the outrage fades. And $100 billion in annual revenue keeps rolling in, because at the end of the day, most people don't know which brands are Nestle brands. The system's doing exactly what it was built to do, and Nestle knows it better than anyone.
Dang. I didn't know that shit. So y'all seen what happened with the Supreme Court, right? So I caught up on it a little bit. I was like, this is salacious. We everybody see what everybody has their opinions and thoughts about it. So I have my own thoughts and opinions on it personally. Just for this, we'll stay with the collective. However, these motherfuckers right here are just doing the most. Yeah, they're just doing a lot. I was like, God damn, man. So yeah, I heard everybody's thoughts on the on it. So I was like, okay. Let me see. I was laughing because they're all outside. The fact that Tennessee was gathered a couple of white people in there too. Kind of funny to me.
All right, thank you all so much for being here today. My name is Ramesh Akberry. I serve as a Senate Minority Leader representing a district in Memphis and Shelby County. I was
like, there's a lot of, who knew they had this many black people there working in legislation? You know? Who knew? Like, they gathered them all together.
Welcome all of the people that are here to have their voices heard, who traveled great distances, because this is a moment in history that we will look back on, and we want to be able to say we were on the right side of it, that we stood up, that we spoke out for what was right in the face of grave injustice. We have with us today House Minority Leader Karen Camper, House Caucus Chair John Ray Clemens, Senate Democratic Caucus Chair
they put the white
London Lamar, and we have a host of legislators from the House and the Senate represented. We want to thank the caucuses for working so hard and working together on behalf of the people. And thank you to the Tennessee Democratic Party for the work that they are doing. At the end of the day, this is a fight to save voting in Memphis, Shelby County, and across the state. We have seen with a remarkable speed how our colleagues across the aisle have made this an issue that is pressing for them at this moment. But let's talk about what it really is about. After the Calais decision, not even a few days later, our colleagues and Governor Lee thought it was important to call us back to the legislature to essentially erase the Black voice in Memphis, because that's what it boils down to. It is an erasure of Black power. It is an erasure of a block of people who are voting for their interests, who are voting for the right to select a candidate of their choice, who are voting to make sure that their unique interest for their community is heard. But this is a part of a pattern of actions by this.
My thoughts, like, on this little piece of what we're talking about, is that they've had like well over 60 motherfucking years to show us something, do something, right? They say they did stuff. Well, it was really in our best interest, more like to pacify the situation. I mean, they're for everybody, but they're for everybody else. You know, no one really has Black interest in mind. They just say anything specific. I mean, it's always a tag on to something else. So they've had 60 motherfucking years to stand up and do the right thing for Black people, right? Yes, this like the way I see gerrymandering the map, in my opinion, gerrymandering is like redlining, just fancier, and it's stealing. It's theft. It's stealing. Basically cheating. That's what I'm gonna say. Cheating. You know, like if you play a game and you cheat. That's what it's basically like to me. That you gotta redistrict the map. First of all, you gotta redline the map to make it fit your suitable fucking desires, right? Of how many seats you want, where the biggest we'll call it real estate is, because they're not doing it for the people, they're doing it for the objects, the real estate, the income, how they can tax shit. They're not doing it for any other reason, right? And if you haven't really noticed, we're at war right now, currently, with everybody. This is they're practicing anti-black racism all day, every day in our face, right in our fucking face. Like, this is war. Like, we're actually at war. Like, you know what I mean? It's not sweet right now. You know what I mean? And I see how they just kept pushing, fucking around. You know what I mean? If you're not seeing it, there's a lot of motherfucking treachery happening every single day. The point is littered with vitriol, anti-black racism. Back to what I was saying. So they had all this time to do something. Instead, they gave everybody the they gave everybody the motherfucking speech. Anything the Democrats don't like, it's misinformation, especially when it comes from us. They call us names and do whatever, right? Look at Al Sharpton. That's for example. They've had plenty of time now that they're like, oh my God, this is happening. Like, if you were that serious about it, you would have tried to do this shit and protect whatever the fuck you think you're protecting a long time ago. You just keep saying fighting for a right to vote. Even if that's the case, and we lose all the black voices there, what in the fuck have you been doing this whole time that you've been in office? You know what I mean? Who has benefited from your legislation? See what I'm saying? Like this, even if that's the case, and a lot of these legislators lose their seat, it's more than likely gonna be the ones that have been there fucking forever. In a day, they gotta go. They have to go. Why? Because we'll never progress. They're the same ones that constantly got their foot in somebody's back. You know what I mean? The no, you can't. No, they won't. They can't give you this. They can't do that, with the stall outs and not, you know what I mean? Not really, really working in the interest of foundational Black Americans. You know what I mean? I don't say Black people. That's all I say. You know what I mean? Same motherfucking caucus that keeps dusting off HR 40 and they're not doing shit with it. Same people. You mean, and look, man, it feels like that. Y'all feel like that in Tennessee? Why don't you stop them motherfucking data centers? Like, real shit. They're killing black people. Elon Musk shit is killing black people left and right. Like, this is the time you want to get bucked? It's real sad. It's real sad state of affairs. But I think gerrymandering and redlining are like the same. Anytime if you're doing something, you gotta go and you gotta move around shit just to suit your fucking needs and take a seat. That just means you weren't you weren't fucking, that's cheating. Like, that's Mark shit. Like, if you're gonna do it, fight for it. Like, for real. Like, why you gotta change why you gotta change it? There's people that still are living in the same motherfucking area and been redlined gerrymandered. It was redlining, right? Gerrymandered out, and they couldn't even vote, and they've been alive for fucking 50, 60 fucking years, and they never got a chance to vote just because of the way they've been aligned. And Democrats, like, really, what do you think? You really think you're gonna go somewhere with this? Like, first of all, we're in a constitutional republic. Secondly, do they really think that because this shit happened with it, that they're gonna rally black people to go vote when they're just like now trying to save their ass and save whatever's left, when you know good and goddamn well they can take away anything. That was the rule, right? They're gonna take civil rights. Look what they did. It's their fault. It's everybody's fault. You know what I mean? It's their fault. And if you vote in your interest, like, here's my thought, like, I hold everybody accountable. But you gotta think of all the mess. You gotta take 20 years back. You come in new to fix stuff. And then you got I'm white and I say so, bucking the system, or some other light-skinned shenanigans that is going to happen to buck against you. Not to mention that they're already not wanting to let because first of all, we're not the Supreme Court, but they're treating it like, well, if you don't vote, I mean, first it's this, first it's that. Man, they've been disrespectful. Democrats have been disrespectful, and they haven't learned a motherfucking lesson. Because if they did, they'd come better with the fucking better policies, better things. Do like the errors of their way. Like maybe they recognize where they went wrong. No, you can tell them all day, every day. It's like in one ear, out the other. They know best. It's like that. I'm like, dang. Republicans too. Not if you not showing your ass right now. Well, the time counts. Literally, it's like TVA says we're gonna be invading another motherfucking spot on the premise of saving people. You can't save the motherfuckers here. It's really fucking scary. You know what I mean? So. Let me see. So I was like, what are they doing?
General Assembly to devalue certain people across this state. And we stand united to say enough is enough. We might not win the battle, but we know that we are on the right side of history, and eventually justice will prevail. It's interesting. It's interesting that today is election day. I voted in Memphis before I made my way to Nashville. The irony is not lost on me that I am here literally to help protect the rights of people in my community to be able to vote, and in communities across the state of Tennessee, and to be able to vote for a candidate of their choice and to make sure their voice is recognized.
That's not true.
If you look around, you see how cloudy it is. You can feel the rain in the air. A storm is coming. And it is people standing up, united, and saying they are tired of elected officials selecting their voters, and that it's time for voters' voices to be heard and to be able to select their elected officials. I find it extremely rich that the moment the GOP majority had an opportunity to attack the 9th Congressional District, they seized it. A district that has historically been filled with people of color. That district is 61% Black. And so there can be no other intent but to discriminate against Black people in that district and to dilute their voice. We have not seen maps, but we know that the only way they can configure this is to drastically alter the way the 9th Congressional District looks, potentially combining people from the upper part of the state all the way down with folks in Memphis. Rural issues and urban issues right on the table. No one will actually have a real voice when it comes to on the federal level. And this is just one more dark chapter in our history. I've often asked myself if I was, young enough to be
Come on, cuz these are the same motherfuckers that don't really want to work hard to push reparations through.
Part of the civil rights movement, what would I do? How would I stand up? I've often looked at my colleagues, many of whom were old enough to be there, and wondered what did they do in the face of segregation? What did they do when the Voting Rights Act originally came to be? What did they do when the Civil Rights Act came to be? And I'm most disappointed in what they're doing now. They have an opportunity to preserve justice. They have an opportunity to preserve the voices of a community. They have an opportunity to do what's right. And instead, they are doing the exact opposite. And we are here to fight for Tennesseans across this state. We try as much as we can to try and reach agreement, but this is a very firm line in the sand. This is not about a policy that's, we want a Republican over a Democrat or a Democrat over a Republican. This is a policy that will directly disenfranchise Black voters. It will dilute their voice and it will dilute their power. And I'm going to tell you something. I never thought in my lifetime that I would witness such a grave rollback of rights. We will see the greatest rollback of representation since the end of Reconstruction. If you go up to that Capitol, you look at that wall, you look at the bust of Samson Keeble, that represents the Black folks who were elected finally after the end of slavery in this state during the Reconstruction period. Fast forward, after arcane Jim Crow laws were put in place, we did not have another elected official that was Black until the 60s. This is 2026. And we see during this time, they are trying to take us back to that time after Reconstruction. They are trying to usher in a new era of Jim Crow. And the bottom line is we won't stand for it. All right? The people behind us won't stand for it. The elected officials won't stand for it. If not now, then when? Okay? If not this issue, then what? One of the most fundamental human rights is to be able to have political representation that is adequate and is fair. And we see right now the actions this General Assembly is going to take, that is not their belief. And again, I have worked in this General Assembly for 12 years, 13 sessions, but this is a line in the sand. So to my colleagues who are planning on voting for this, shame on you. Absolute shame on you. I want you to recognize the magnitude of what you're doing. I want you to recognize who you're hurting. I want you to look at these folks up here. I want you to look at these elected officials. I want you to look at the constituents they represent and tell me you care about what's important for Tennesseans, because I just don't see it. So shame on you. We'll see what happens in the next couple of days. But if you have any capacity for courage, I suggest you exercise it. Were you going to be one of those people during the civil rights movement that said whites only? Were you going to be one of those people that fought against children integrating schools? Were you going to be one of those people that beat marchers back on the Edmund Pettus Bridge because you didn't want them to have the right to vote? Are you going to be the people who stood up and raised their voice and did what was right? Because you sit in a seat of power for such a time as this. What you do with it, how you rise to the occasion or how you don't, is between you and God. And may He grant grace and mercy on you.
You're that white dude.
I'm just going to put this in here. So go ahead. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Okay. Thank you all so much for being here.
White people.
I served 21 years in the Army. Went the world abroad talking about democracy and the value of democracy. We have spread democracy throughout the world, saying it is great, it's good, it's a representative form of government. You have a role. That's what we say to the world. But the world is watching. The world knows that in this country, in this state, we really don't value democracy. The supermajority, that is. So we need to be honest and true to who we say we are. If we say we're a representative form of government, let's be that. If we say we believe in democracy, let's do that. We're fighting, just like I did in the Army, to protect the citizens of this state right to this Constitution, to vote, to have people that represent them.
That's what you actually did the work.
He turned 95 2 days ago. Served in the Korean War when he didn't have a right to vote, but he was defending this country. Came home and was treated less than. I'm standing here for him.
And what did you get out? What are you getting out of that? See?
Uncle Clee. He went off and fought. He died, gave his life for this country where he couldn't even vote at the time. But he went, he served gallantly for this country. There's value there. I'm fighting for him. I'm standing up for him.
But what did you get him? Like, what did he accomplish?
I even had a
so say there's no reparation.
Great.
There's no fucking
great
nothing.
Grandfather who fought at a time during the Civil War because he believed in this promise. He believed that should slavery go away, that there would be a promise of representation in this country. I'm fighting for him. I'm fighting for every military person that's out there right now putting their life on the line. Your family. And will your family say back to you, well, you told us that everybody was equal. I don't know what your family gonna say, but there will be a conversation.
Yes, God. Badly.
How proud I am today to be here with all of you
I go
and
get
my
a white
brothers
boy
and
so I have some
sisters.
validity, huh?
Today we stand before you locked arm in arm, following in the legacy of those who came before us. Those who locked arm in arm and bravely, courageously walked across a bridge once upon a time for the rights that we all enjoy and that are under direct attack right now. We find ourselves here today because the people did not ask for this. One man, one corrupt president asked for this. The people did not ask for this. This man called our governor, Bill Lee, as weak-kneed as he is, he answered the call.
Yes, sir.
He bent the knee.
Yes, sir.
And our voting rights are under attack. Those of us who are here today, we believe in equality. Sure. We believe in one person, one vote. That Americans that came before us fought for that. And if you think we're going to give that up without a fight, you are wrong. All year, ever since I've been in the General Assembly and for this entire last session, Democrats fought for the people of Tennessee to improve their quality of life, to lower the cost of living, to improve access to quality, affordable health care, build better roads, build better schools. That's our focus. You want to call a special session? Call us back here to provide child care, to provide access to health care, to reduce the...
Yeah, look, that'll bring him on.
And I just have to take a moment, in this moment, to give honor to that. Because so many people in the civil rights movement who did not have the right to vote, marched, died, was lynched, was beaten just so I can stand on these steps and say that. And in this moment, I never thought that I would be standing here trying to defend all the work that they died and sacrificed for. My grandmother is watching. She's 88 years old. She is my whole world. And I think about a time where she could not vote. And then I sat there and remembered the smile and the tears she cried when I first got elected, because for the first time, she felt like her sacrifices meant something. And that's the same feeling that all of our parents and grandparents and our ancestors are feeling in this moment. What did they march for? What did they die for? What did they sacrifice for? And what the hell did they get lynched for? So before I get started, I want to give honor to the members of the Senate Democratic Caucus. We have our leader, Senator Ramesh Akbari. We have our vice chair, Senator Charlene Oliver. We have Senator Heidi Campbell. We have Senator Jeff Yarbrough. And we have Senator Sarah Cowell right here standing with us, ready to fight. And most importantly, do we got Memphis in the building today? See, I love Memphis, Tennessee, the city where I was born and raised, the city that I love that groomed me, the city where in 1968 the sanitation workers marched for equal rights, the city where Dr. King died just for civil rights and equal representation. This is the city that's the home of Stacks, Blues, barbecue. It has remained the moral conscience of the state of Tennessee and the United States of America. The legacy of Memphis is historical. And today, We are here because the General Assembly wants to take away the votes of Memphians because they don't like the way we choose our representatives. See, we are here because they want to redraw the lines right after a Supreme Court decision that the ink ain't even been dry on. They are so ready to abuse power in our faces that they are going to take our vote away in front of everybody, and they just don't care. But like my colleague said, a storm is coming. Right now, Republicans already got 8-1 seats in Congress. Now they want to take 9-0. They're not good enough to do the work and actually beat Congressman Cohen fairly in the ballot box. They want to unfairly take his seats. Today we say, hands off Memphis. 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 If you think Democrats are a problem now, just wait till we ring into session at 2 o'clock. If you think we're going to go away quietly, wait till you hear us singing and hollering at 2 o'clock today. And if you think that you're going to do this without a fight, be prepared. Gloves up. Hands off Memphis.
This is as damaging to Memphis as if Federal Express moved out of the city. And to think that the legislature that I served in for 24 years as a senator is doing this to the second largest city in the state and one of the most iconic cities in the country, and doing it with impunity because they have no regard except to worship the most corrupt president we've ever known. It's unbelievable. When I was a senator,
get that old man a chair.
We had 2 Republican governors.
Somebody get your granddaddy.
One was Don Sundquist. He worked with me to help build the ballpark.
And a coat. It's cold
He
out.
cared about Memphis.
They're shaking and
He
shaking.
had roots in Memphis. This is as damaging to Memphis as if Federal Express
You
moved out of
let
the city.
old boy out the
And to think
building.
about the legislature that I served
Ain't
in for
nobody
24 years as a
president.
senator is doing this to
It's
the second
cold out
largest
there.
city in the state and one of the most
Hello,
iconic cities in the country,
white-ass
and doing
granddaddy
it with impunity because they have no
Little
regard
coat.
except to worship the most corrupt president we've ever
That's
known.
shaking his
Who wants to
head.
impose. It's unbelievable. When I
Yes,
was a
I'll be quiet on it.
senator, we had 2 Republican governors.
He does look
One
cold.
was Don Sundquist.
Look
He
at the
worked
little
with me to
tough
help build
hair
the
on
ballpark.
top of that boy.
He cared about Memphis. He had roots in Memphis. Another was Lamar Alexander, and he helped come up with monies for the Orpheum and for the Agri Center and other programs. They had a Memphis plan, and Lamar Alexander worked to help Memphis. Val Haslam even did things for Memphis. This man cuts food stamps, SNAP payments, and gives them to 15 counties around Nashville and cuts out all the big cities where African Americans live. That's cruel, inhuman, and stupid. And they're continuing to do it. They have no regard for our city. They have no regard for African American people who need diapers. They're taking diapers away from people. They didn't expand Medicaid. That's a basic human right. Health care. They don't care about it. The dilution of the Civil Rights, the Voting Rights Act, Section 2, was not what caused this district for them to go after. Memphis's 9th district is not a VRA district. There was no need for that. But they jumped on it because they don't teach constitutional law in the home ec program at Mississippi State. They went after it immediately. Memphis has been a majority black district historically because that is where the population is. It's a district that is compact and it has community of purpose. That's what you're supposed to draw districts for. Memphis has had it. The fact that it's majority African American is not a VRA situation. It's a fact of nature. And Alito can say you can't take race away and include race when there's politics involved. Horse manure. There's disparate impact rules, which should be applicable here. And any judge who saw it knows what happened. Would know the black vote's being taken advantage of. They're put in the back of the political bus. Just like Miss Rosa Parks stood up in Montgomery, we're standing up here. It's a terrible day for Memphis. It's a terrible day for Tennessee. I want you to watch how every Memphis legislator votes. And if any of them vote for this plan, throw them out. Throw them out. Throw them out.
At the end of the day, I think everybody's getting stupid. Okay, so hold on, this is where it really was. Hold on a second. Gotta go to this one first. 1 second. One second. Gotta go to this one first. Because that was the aftermath of the aftermath. Which I was like, whoa. Just okay, this is one.
Greg Martin.
Representative Martin, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's remind ourselves that while we're
This
here in
is
this
the beginning of it.
Please
This is the 2 o'clock bit.
go out the balcony.
Mr. Speaker, I will
It's all about the thing. Kind of like an option right there. Now the everybody's getting censored and fired and written up or something. Right in front of the troopers. Nobody does anything. The picture of the Confederate flag. I was just like right for the trooper, like you get like you would low key hurt. It's not.
The message you were sending there.
I'm saying we are not going back to the Confederacy. These white Republicans just voted to remove black voice in the political process. We are not going backwards in history. So I burned the Confederate flag because they want to bring us back to the Confederacy. We say absolutely not. We will fight. We're going to fight together to build multiracial democracy. So the hell with what happened today. We're going to rise up across the South. They're trying to take the South backwards to before 1965. We're not going back. They're trying to dismantle black representation. We're sick and tired of being sick and tired. So I stood in the spirit of Fannie Lou Hamer, the dying National Lewis, who said that we must get in good trouble and not have business as usual, because what's happening in there is a disgrace to all the martyrs of the civil rights movement who were died and killed fighting for voting rights.
What frustrates you most about how all of this went down, how this process went?
It was rushed through without any type of deliberation. We had only a few days and less than 24 hours to vote on a map that's going to take away black representation, and black boys were sick and tired of being sick and tired. And so we must fight. We must come together and fight back. And so the Speaker of the House is now the Grand Wizard in Chief. There was a clan meeting in there. We're sick and tired of it. And so I burned the Confederate flag because we represent a new South that is multiracial, multi-generational. So we're going forward in history, and we're not going back to the Confederacy.
Support journalism you trust.
Right. That's what I realized. I was like, it was like yesterday. I was like, good God. Yeah, I was like, this is fucking crazy. Let's see. The same one, but I thought it was in this little light of mine that's like, what side are you on? This is the light. This is like the after. This is like right after. Little prayer. Oh my God. Okay, it's basically nothing but crackers just standing there singing and to a little heart's content. Everyone outside. Okay, moving along. That happened yesterday. I was like, ooh. Okay, we're just gonna do like a couple little short ones real fast, just so that we can real fast. All right. This dude's been making his rounds all over. This.
Let me holler at you, man. Come on.
I done seen a couple of different podcasters talk about this dude, this white boy, and I've been following it for maybe like about 2 weeks, and I was like, well, shit, why ain't nobody bust cuz in the mouth? You're like, just like, you know, so everybody knows that cuz walking around, it's a bear mace, a motherfucking pistol, basically antagonizing black people. Real racist shit, trying to get them to, you know, fight with him or whatever. Kind of a lot of name, you know, a lot of derogatory reference, which I find really fucking ignorant, stupid, and I think that must be the way. I can't stand the way they talk. So I was like, okay, well, it's been making its rounds, its little videos or whatever. Like, cuz must be really desperate. He's been getting like slamming the queue, you know what I mean? Oh, what are you guys up to? Leave me alone, Magic. So it made its way over here. I think somebody finally got bucked, but it's typical of motherfucking you know, crack it, cuz they're gonna call it law. So I was curious. Let's see what's going on. Actually, I've been following pretty much a lot of everything, so I'm all over the place. Been doing some research too.
Outside. My truck's over there. What do you want to holler about?
Ugly ass.
Look at him chimping out.
See that?
Contact me then.
I'm about nigga.
Do something
You
then.
think I'm waiting on cause I'm worrying about
Come
that?
on, do something then.
He's a black guy. Caught him reporting somebody in person.
I got him on.
What he does is start, but then he'll pull a gun out on you as soon as you do something.
You got me.
But I'm licensed to carry too. We both licensed to carry. I finally ran into him. He got his, I got mine. But he on the phone with the police. He just obviously started with somebody.
Big bro. Let me have it, bro. Big bro, let me have it, bro. Let me have it. Alright. Because it ain't there yet. Call it what you want. This guy was talking to me cordially. I was. But you start calling me. Don't worry. Big bro. Don't worry. Big bro. Let me have it. Hey, what, fool? You got 18 rounds. I know that's why I said let him have it. You don't know. He going. Hey, bro. Hey, bro.
This is bragging. That's how I be like. Motherfucker.
Spit on me. Do it again, you're gonna go to jail today. Come on, man. Spit in his face. Come on.
Wait, you spit on him? Oh my mama, you just spit on him.
Dude,
big bro.
There's
Big bro. I'm fit too. I swear I'm fit too. Hey, he slipped out. You know what's crazy about? Oh my mama, he do it for content game. He can't. I know, but it's cool. Cause guess what? Look, I said he can't treat nobody like no nigga. Look, he called the police on him. What he do is he get him amped up and they call the police, bro. Hey, are you screen recording this? All right. So you weren't out here when he slapped him? No, I pulled him to get some gas and I said, it's not your bomb country boy. Yeah, he did just spit on Cuz though. That's crazy, fool. He did that, bro. Yeah, I know. Yeah, that wasn't smart.
What you're doing is going around using racial slurs and profanity. That's a little different.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
Are you gonna argue that in court? Because I walked into the gas station and walked out. And as I'm walking to my truck, I turn around. He's got something behind his back that looks like a gun. It's a drill.
Well, they're saying that.
So I turned. I don't get. They're saying it's all recorded and it's live stream.
I know. I got you. And I'm just telling you.
And I have every right to say whatever I want on the internet without being chimped out on in public. All right.
He didn't say nothing right there.
Hey, what was your name and badge number?
714001162, sir.
Oh, yo, it's Big Ant, the spokesman, man. We back. Another edition of Urban Politicians TV, UPTV. Make sure you stay on your pivot at all times, man. Had to come tap in on our latest internet degenerate as we get another display of Go Viral or Die Trying once again. And this time we got Crud, the builder, who almost effed around and found out there in Nashville as he's been running around the internet doing everything in his possible way to try to crash some black people out by calling them N-words, calling them monkeys and chimps on camera. And I've been seeing this on the internet for the past few weeks, and I had my people and my supporters hitting me up about it, asking me to speak on it, and I had chose not to because of the simple fact, with me being a creator, being in the game this long, I know that I give them what they want with that. I give them attention, and then him also being a racist, being a person that's pressing that line and being a hardcore extremist with this freedom of speech, he knows he's already getting a certain demographic of racism in that community with that extremists and all that going on. But I help him more when I come spread the word and the knowledge and give it attention to my community, and I talk about it. But now that it didn't really got physical for him, we here now as he got his phone smacked out his hand, got spit on and ran and did absolutely nothing. This is what you call a coward. This is what you call a weak man. Anybody that wakes up with a gun and tries to plot on people and go left like this, we know what this is already. It ain't no excuses. It ain't no point to be proven. Anybody trying to make some sense of this and try to act like, well, no, you don't need to be so emotional. You don't need to do this. You don't need to do that. That's what the weakest person would say right here. Now, I'm not advocating with crashing out. I'm not saying go put your life and your freedom on the line. But there is no group of people out here that take that type of disrespect. We know the meaning and the history for half a millennium plus behind the N-word in this country, bro. It's the meaning behind it. It cuts deep. It's one of the most powerful words on this globe. It is what it is. Let's stop trying to downplay it and run from it. As racism is still going on to this day, oppression is still going on to this day. You have people in this country in powerful positions to this day, whether they be cops, government officials, owners, people that's a part at very high levels of the system, still showing racism towards the people. But what happens is we get some black people out here that get some money and start thinking it don't apply to them, but then get rich enough, become a billionaire. They'll show you like they showed Kanye West. You don't run nothing here, dog. You don't run nothing here. You still beneath us. Go get one of these record deals. Hey, you millionaire. We made you a billionaire. Boy, Yeah, wake it up now. You still one of them. I don't care how much money you get. That's how they really feel about you a lot of the time. But some of y'all want to play dumb. Hey, man, I know how to control my emotions. I know how to not get bothered. Hey, fam, dog was going into a park. And that's the one I almost did the video on, but I said I ain't going to do it. I'm going to chill. Went into a park with some elders, bro. Like 50s, 60s maybe. And was saying this stuff in front of them with the camera rolling. And they was like, what is really going on? Like they was doing, and our people so welcoming and so loving, bro. You going to our innocence doing this, and I'm just telling you, bro, you're going to get yourself hurt. This was your warning time. Hopefully you got the clout you've been begging for, but what's going to happen, you're going to get your head stomped into the floor and into the ground. And then you're going to wake up one day and want to be looked at as a victim. You an antagonist. You a villain. It is what it is, but it ain't too much to explain here. Dog gonna mess around and find out. God just saved you one more time, boy. You gonna really get yourself hurt. Somebody gonna really, but hey, we'll sit back and we'll make content off of that. When you get embarrassed and humiliated, stomped out, then you're gonna be looking for people to come save you and bail you out. Bro, going around antagonist, being antagonist, that's a representation, and that's symbolic of being evil, dog. And you being evil right now. This ain't about no point you trying to prove. You trying to find a way and trying to find an excuse to be racist loudly and publicly towards my people. And we ain't going for it, dog. It is what it is. We just had these other incidents go down for these fake, I hate the fake woke black people too, who try to say, man, racism don't exist no more. It ain't that no more. You just had a cop out here in H-Time come out here and tell you, hey, man, I give a dude a ticket and call him an N-word. I enjoy giving these dudes tickets and things like that. Just going in, calling us chimps and monkeys and all that as well. Right, I'm going to go to work tomorrow and get somebody a ticket. Understand that? Then you had the people that Heart's Chicken do it. And I tell all the people who feel like, hey, that don't affect me. It's about money and power. What about your family? What if they did that to one of your family members? Or what about your kids? Your kids got to grow up one day. You gonna tell them that? Hey, man, don't eat, it's all good, bro. It ain't nothing but a word. Man, get up out of here, man. Y'all boys have some stiffness about yourself. But Crud the Builder, you gonna get yourself hurt, and we just gonna sit back and laugh at you, keeping it all the way 1,000. We don't smoke no ops or nothing like that. I ain't got no ops. We ain't no nothing like that at all. I ain't smoking no dead people. But hey, if they stomp you out and beat you down, we most definitely gonna do some commentary to it, and we'll smoke on that. Crud the Builder. Stay on your pivot. Tap into the Patreon too, Urban Politician TV. I got a new stream on there discussing how uncredible that complex power media ranking list is, and some other things as well. And stay on your pivot. 1,000 for shit show.
Project's budget with more intellect.
We'll move to the next topic. We're going to talk about some the amount of energy that goes into these data centers. I can't stop talking about that because shit's unreal. Like, we have one in our city going up, and they said it was building it, but they put it up. They don't tell the truth. Just put it that way. None of these people behind data centers are actually telling the truth. There's no real oversight. It's like, and what bothers me is that city council where we live and everybody that's in the city, like, I think, are just comfortable being lied to. They just accept whatever as the holy gospel, or tell a whole bold-faced lie about how much water and energy shit's taking. Be a completely fucking lie. Or that the water's clean and there's this and that, and fucking straight lies. And no one good and goddamn well they're lying. But everybody eat it up and then just float in that direction. It's real estate. Like real estate. Where's gonna make city money? They're talking about people leaving the city, businesses leaving the city. You know, it's a bad sign when Palantir left the city. And I was like, you know how much money Palantir brings in. I was like, woo, and everybody's leaving. But then they want to keep putting up shit. It's like, I gotta have nobody here. In fact, the government's very complicit in creating homelessness as much as they say they're trying to solve it. See what I'm saying? Homelessness and actually creating poverty altogether. No jobs and homeless. That's, you know what I mean? That's what's happening. It's fucking crazy. But I put some Denver news in there.
says there are only 4 ways the AI race can end. The race is stopped.
I'm going right there. May have to. Nope. Let's comes after this. Data centers. I try to keep it separated because there's a lot. I have a lot of Denver news going on.
We're experiencing one of the fastest building booms the world has ever seen, described as a global construction frenzy that shows no signs of slowing. Humanity is now dependent on large-scale data centers, and that demand is only increasing. But the strain this infrastructure is placing on our power and water sources is enormous. And people are starting to notice.
Many neighboring homeowners say, not in my backyard.
That opposition is forcing some tech giants to rethink where they should build.
The data center industry is actually going to be responsible for 3-4% of global electricity consumption, so that's a huge sector.
And now, with AI taking our reliance to a whole new level, this rapidly growing area of industry is under pressure to clean up its act, and fast. But with these buildings now consuming as much energy as entire countries, what can we actually do about it?
Shut down.
This is what a typical data center looks like in 2026. And if you live in or close to a major city, there's a good chance you'll have one nearby. Because there are now more than 11,000 of these worldwide across 174 countries. And unsurprisingly, over a third of them are in the USA. Some of the largest clusters are in places you might expect, like Texas and California. But the state with the most is actually Virginia. The UK and Germany are way behind in second and third, and the rest are pretty well spread around the globe, because if they weren't absolutely everywhere, we wouldn't be able to do all those things that have become an essential part of our modern lives. We don't just mean the important stuff, like online shopping, banking, or watching epic construction videos on YouTube. Without data centers, there'd be no doom scrolling, no long video calls that really could have been an email, or memes that just refuse to die. And we'd all miss that, wouldn't we? But data centers weren't always omnipresent. To see how quickly these structures have been expanding, it's best to look at it from a different perspective. After all, we can't do a video on data centers without digging into some, well, data. For starters, take a look at this graph. It shows the staggering growth in data centers globally over the past 20 years in terms of installed capacity. In other words, the total amount of power available for all the equipment needed to run them. Notice how things went stratospheric after about 2017. The overall figure now stands at more than 122 gigawatts. To give you an idea of just how much that really is, the total capacity of Hinkley Point C, the massive new nuclear power plant currently under construction in the UK, is around 3.2 gigawatts. That means you'd need 38 Hinkley Point C sized nuclear plants to power just the world's data centers. And they're continuing to soar in number and size.
What the hell is a gigawatt?
Before AI, we also had many data centers. But those data centers tend to be much smaller, like less than 100 megawatts. But today, an AI data center can easily be 500 megawatts or even more than 1 gigawatt. So the concentration of this large power demand and other resource demand like water over a small area, that's a big challenge for the infrastructure.
By 2030, data centers are set to be consuming more electricity than the entirety of Japan. That's double what they were pulling from the grid in 2022. And as we've just heard, the main reason for this increase is the meteoric rise of AI. Every time you chuck something into ChatGPT, it kickstarts a process that uses more electricity and water than many of us realize. Just kidding. Other channels trying to imitate us might do that, but we certainly don't. Now, when ChatGPT alone is processing billions of prompts every day, it's no wonder the infrastructure that makes it all happen is having to scale up very fast.
AI systems were responsible for about 20% of total data center electricity consumption by the end of 2024. And that number could have increased to about half by the end of last year, 2025. Altogether, these numbers are just becoming really big, really fast.
But keeping up with the demand is where things get tricky. Data center construction isn't just about building a great big hall and filling it with servers, despite how it might appear in footage like this. There's actually a lot more to it than that, which is why the biggest facilities being built at the moment are considered mega projects. First of all, you've got to decide where to put them. Ideally, you want a place with good fiber connections, water sources, and for the really large ones that handle several hundred megawatts on their own, high-capacity power grids.
Those data centers, they consume as much power as entire cities, and you can't just put those anywhere. It's actually really hard to find power grids where there is sufficient capacity to even start building a project like that. So at that point, power capacity becomes the number one concern.
There would have to be plenty of space too, not just enough to squeeze the building into. Many are constructed with expansion in mind, expansions that often follow not long after they're finished and with rapid speed. The companies behind them are called hyperscalers for a reason.
Another thing to think about is climate and geography. Lower temperatures make it easier to keep everything cool, and it's generally better if you build these things away from places where there are likely to be extreme weather events or natural disasters. You see, just like with other big bits of infrastructure, if a data center goes down, it can cause serious problems. And I don't just mean missing out on the latest TikTok craze. We're talking about huge financial losses, service failures, reputational damage, all the kind of things that every company absolutely dreads.
Alongside all those racks of equipment that have to be kept running 24/7, the cooling system is a key priority. Usually, this is done in one of two ways. There's the traditional method of circulating cold air into the server racks, normally through the floor with waste heat exiting out at the top. While it's effective, even if some of the air is recycled, it's a process that consumes massive amounts of electricity. Alternatively, you've got liquid cooling, which is becoming more common as we enter the AI era. This method involves using, yes, you guessed it, liquids like water or coolant to transfer the heat away, which requires less electricity and often less space. But the flip side is that all that water has to come from somewhere, and that can cause a pretty big dilemma.
This water is mostly coming from municipal water supply, and that can be stressful for a lot of public water systems, especially in the US. Most of the water systems are small or medium-sized. They don't really have a lot of surplus capacity to supply to these large-scale industry users.
So, what can be done to manage these crazy levels of consumption? Well, many companies are now prioritizing things like liquid cooling, investing in their own renewable sources, and even funding grid upgrades so they don't push up people's energy bills. Others are taking a more unusual approach, including with some techniques that are generating quite a bit of attention.
Several of the world's biggest tech firms have partnered with nuclear providers. These deals would see data centers powered by reliable, low-carbon sources. Some are even restarting plants that had previously been closed or are tapping into technology that still hasn't quite arrived yet, namely nuclear fusion and small modular reactors. Alternatively, you could do what companies in Europe are doing and build your data center underground inside an active mine or a former bunker, both of which are great for security and keeping everything cool.
But these strategies aren't for everyone, especially companies needing to deliver high-performance data centers that are future-proof and super efficient right now. We're talking about both new builds and upgrades to existing ones. For many, investing in atomic energy or hollowing out a mountain isn't really a viable option. In fact, meeting the demands of this new AI-driven era at the speed required is such a challenge that it can be hard to know where to begin. That's where IES can help. IES is a global leader in physics-based building performance simulation and digital twin technology for all building types. With its whole facility approach, users can monitor and optimize the performance of their data center projects across its full lifecycle. They can model everything from dynamic IT loads and rack layouts to advanced cooling options, all within the context of the local climate. By adopting one of IES's AI-ready design strategies, hyperscalers can reach capacity super fast, de-risk infrastructure decisions, and reduce energy, carbon, and water use, all while staying in line with increasingly stringent regulations and grid connection requirements. Plus, having an IES digital twin provides a performance-focused replica of the facility that behaves like its real counterpart, from planning and design to operation and retrofit. Then there's IES's end-to-end consulting, from a company that's helped global clients with their digital infrastructure challenges for more than 30 years. In fact, IES has already helped one hyperscaler retrofit an existing data center with liquid cooling. It saw them increase capacity from 10 to 50 kilowatts per rack, cut water use by 95%, and achieve a PUE of 1.16. Meanwhile, in Ireland, 10 data centers were able to lower their space cooling energy loads by around 40% with support from IES consultants. If you want to find out more about how dynamic simulation can enhance existing CFD modeling to enable high-performance data centers, then you're in luck, because IES has just released a brand new white paper on that very subject. Inside, you'll learn all there is to know about de-risking AI-driven facilities and optimizing cooling strategies, while discovering full case studies on how others have made it work. To download the white paper for free today and see the full extent of IES's services, just scan the QR code on screen now or click the link in the description. So we've talked about server racks and cooling systems, but you're going to find a lot more inside a data center than just that. There are plenty of other components, some of which might sound quite dull, but are actually pretty essential. Security, networking, power distribution, etc., which all have their own energy needs. The trouble is, having these giant facilities popping up all over the world can have consequences for the surrounding infrastructure and communities. It's gotten to a point where some people are starting to oppose these projects, especially in areas with limited resources.
It always depends on what's your local situation, are you dealing with water scarcity, are you dealing with drought, and if you suddenly have a big data center appearing that's going to consume a lot of electricity and there's going to be a lot of water consumed to generate all that electricity, that can really add to your local water stress.
Places with the highest concentrations of new builds have become hotspots for resistance. In Virginia, which now has the nickname Data Center Alley, at least 25 projects were reportedly cancelled in 2025 following opposition from locals. Hundreds of data centers used over 2 billion gallons of water here in 2023. And there have been complaints about noise and pollution, because many of them are still hooked into power grids that rely on fossil fuels and have diesel backup generators. Elsewhere in the US, others are worried their energy bills are going to go up and that not enough is being done to address the impacts.
We are concerned for our public health. We are concerned for the health of our local environment.
This is going to be a huge energy drain. So my concern is how are they going to manage that?
We are not going to pay double the amount of our utility bills. Do you understand that?
As for what the future looks like, well, as we've already explained, data centers are only going to get bigger and more widespread. And it's happening at a faster rate than anything we've seen before.
Digital growth is not a new thing. We actually had that a lot already in the previous decade, where streaming and cloud and everything else was taking off as well. But now with AI, we're dealing with a technology where bigger is better. You can make this technology and the hardware and software more efficient, But what it has led to in recent years is that those efficiency gains have only been used to make the models even bigger so they can perform even better, so they get adopted at an even larger scale. So that's where things really break apart from what we saw previously.
The pushback we're now seeing highlights how things really do need to change. While many of these buildings are appearing almost in people's backyards, those affected can't be ignored.
Community opposition is a real challenge, it's a real concern. We have to address it proactively. We need to think about how we can accommodate the new industry demand from the infrastructure side. For power, if you have money, you just build up power plants. But water, you have to get new water sources that is naturally constrained.
And yet, Xiaolei believes the recent media focus on the negative effects of water use in particular has actually been a bit overblown, because it's not a major issue everywhere. If there's enough available to spare, it's still the best way to tackle that all-important cooling problem.
The way it is presented in the public discussion is usually not very accurate. If you look at some of the data centers, they are using water just during the hottest weeks or hottest days of the year. So their annual water usage could be very low, but they use a lot of water during the summertime. A better solution to look at water is we need to use water responsibly. If there's water, I think the benefits of using water should not be denied.
Like the technology itself, the construction of new data centers has become a complicated subject. We can't live without them, and they're definitely not going anywhere. In fact, quite the opposite of that. But if we're going to carry on building these megastructures and build them on a scale that's bigger and greater than what we've seen so far, we really are going to have to work out a few bugs in the system first. Once again, if you're looking for some guidance on how to make a data center AI ready and future-proof, make sure you go.
Figure such shit. Oh well. First of all, you take out.
Did you know the average ChatGPT request requires almost 10 times more electricity than a Google search? In tonight's Eye on America, Ben Tracy looks at the data centers that drive our digital lives and their growing demands for energy.
This is a Google data center outside of Reno, Nevada.
It's hard to imagine that there is a physical location where the internet lives, but this is it.
Inside are endless rows of servers and miles of cables, the arteries of the internet.
Is this everything from like somebody's doing a Google search, somebody's watching a cat video, and that's all coming through here?
Absolutely. It's all that and more.
Amanda Peterson-Corio is Google's global head of data center energy.
And these fans are cooling our data centers.
On the rooftop, she showed us the hundreds of fans that keep all those computers humming. This is just one of at least 2,700 data centers that stretch from the suburbs of Virginia to the deserts of the West. They are mostly run by big tech firms and consume more than 4% of all electricity in the U.S. in 2022. That's projected to more than double to 9% by 2030. The nation's aging grid is also threatened by the soaring demands of artificial intelligence. It uses nearly 10 times the electricity of a typical internet search.
Is this amount of electricity use sustainable?
It's a real challenge. As we look to the next decade, those demands continue to grow. And the real challenge is figuring out how can we do this in a way that meets our climate goals.
Google's planet-warming emissions rose by 13% last year and have jumped nearly 50% since 2019. The company has spent heavily to bring new wind and solar power to the grid and says 64% of the time its operations run on clean energy. But when the sun isn't shining and the wind isn't blowing, data centers still rely on gas and coal, creating more carbon emissions, fueling climate change.
We need something that has that reliability, that works 24/7.
That something may be here in the desert of southern Utah.
We call this the Renewable Energy Corridor of Utah.
Tim Latimer is CEO of Fervo Energy, which is drilling deep underground.
How far down are you drilling here? Right now we're at about 12,200 feet.
And harnessing heat from the Earth's crust to create carbon-free geothermal energy. Right now, geothermal accounts for less than 1% of U.S. electricity, but Fervo has used fracking and drilling techniques pioneered by the oil and gas industry to vastly expand geothermal use across the country. It says this site alone could eventually power 400,000 homes.
How big of a solution can this be?
Yeah, we think that geothermal could be as much as 20% of the U.S. electricity grid. We can develop large projects that will really move the needle on the electric grid and climate change.
Google is one of Fervo's customers and plans to use geothermal energy to help power its Nevada data centers.
So when the sun is not shining and the wind is not blowing, this thing's still cranking.
The earth is still hot.
And so is the demand for electricity. For Eye on America, Ben Tracy, Reno.
There's a new plan to power up a reactor at the site of this country's worst commercial nuclear disaster. A partial meltdown happened here in 1979 at Pennsylvania's 3 Mile Island nuclear plant. Here's CBS's Michael George.
It was the first step in a nuclear nightmare.
March 28, 1979. On the CBS Evening News, Walter Cronkite broke the news to the nation. There was a partial meltdown at the 3 Mile Island nuclear plant.
Probably the worst nuclear reactor accident to date.
45 years later, it remains the worst commercial nuclear disaster in U.S. history, damaging the industry for decades. The remaining functional reactor at the site was last used 5 years ago. It shut down because it was losing money. Yesterday, the plant's current owner, Constellation Energy, announced it will spend $1.6 billion to restart that reactor. It's part of a 20-year deal to provide power to Microsoft data centers. Those centers power the company's growing artificial intelligence programs. Constellation says the plant meets the growing demand for clean, zero-carbon energy and will create thousands of jobs, saying in a statement, this plant was among the safest and most reliable nuclear plants on the grid, and we look forward to bringing it back.
Nuclear power has a great safety record.
Nuclear energy expert Professor Anna Erickson says demand for energy is exploding, in part due to AI.
AI requires energy that is 24/7. And the nuclear power is one of the best sources to provide that consistent need for energy.
The reactor isn't expected to be online until 2028, and it first has to earn approval from the U.S. Nuclear Regulatory Commission. Nancy?
Michael George, thank you.
Did you know the term artificial intelligence was coined 70 years ago by a Dartmouth professor to describe computers doing human thinking? Most of us don't spend much time thinking about AI, even as it takes over more and more of the world. It is also taking up more and more space on more and more ground, and that can change a community's landscape, as Janet Shamlin reports in tonight's Eye on America.
You'd be hard-pressed to find a pothole in Loudoun County, Virginia. The roads are freshly paved and the schools are new, all paid for by tax revenue from the 200 or so oversized buildings in the county known as data centers.
It has completely changed our economy from a failing economy to one of the strongest local economies anywhere in the country, and the data centers have done that.
Buddy Reiser helped bring them here over the past 2 decades. He's Loudoun's Economic Development Director. The need for the centers is growing alongside our dependence on artificial intelligence to process and store the immense amount of digital information. They consume tremendous amounts of both power and water.
To put it in a more measured way, there are billions of AI searches every day. A bottle of water is used for every 10 to 50 of them.
Data centers have changed the landscape. Industrial strength transmission lines crisscross the county, pushing power consumption up 240% over 5 years.
What do you see, bud?
Ben Keither bought this house in 2014 because it had a view of bucolic farmland.
Knowing what you know now about what your view would look like, would you buy here again?
I certainly wouldn't have paid the lot premium. I can tell you that.
Now the neighborhood sledding spot he overlooks also has a view of a boxy data center under construction. It's among more than 100 new ones coming to Loudoun.
I don't mind driving through an industrial zone where these facilities are sited properly, but when they start to come up directly on your community, you just can't leave it.
Northern Virginia is home to the highest concentration of data centers in the world. Loudoun officials tout the benefits, saying the centers generate a third of the county budget on just 3% of land. And yet Buddy Reiser admits he has regrets.
Have you put enough guardrails around data centers in this community?
Sure. I think if we had it to do over again, we would do it a little bit different. There's definitely instances where land has gotten too close to residential. There's instances where residential has gotten too close to commercial land. That's one of the things you deal with when you grow as fast as we've grown.
A single data center building is using as much as a city worth of power.
Julie Bolthouse is an environmentalist, advocating for the people who live near the booming industry.
It goes all the way to Alexandria.
She showed us this recreational trail, which used to feel rural, she says, before a data center moved in.
Once you start to deteriorate the community to the point where you're pushing people out, what is the value of that tax revenue anymore?
As his view has changed,
You
so
don't have
has Ben Kiefler's perspective. He owns an IT company, so his own livelihood depends on the centers. But when one became his neighbor, he ran for president of his homeowners association and took a seat on a county zoning board.
I bought this property because it was one that had a view shed and something that I could relax. You know, I look outside now and I see that and I go, huh.
It's the pursuit of balance between community preservation and the growing need to keep a digital world connected. For Eye on America, Janet Shamlian, Loudoun County, Virginia.
Today, General Motors announced a partnership to provide electric vehicle batteries to a recycling company, Redwood Materials, which is using the old batteries to help increase energy supply to fuel the growth of artificial intelligence. In tonight's In Depth, CBS's Andres Gutierrez shows us how that company is using those EV batteries to keep AI off the grid.
In a field outside of Reno, rows of solar panels soak up sunshine. Beside them, used electric vehicle batteries under white plastic. Their job, keep these 2 data centers running day and night. Each one draws roughly a megawatt, enough electricity to power 1,000 homes.
The whole AI industry is struggling with how to access more reliable power on a fast timescale.
That scramble is real. A Department of Energy study says U.S. data centers could swallow up to 12% of all electricity by 2028, triple today's share. In Texas alone, developers have filed plans for more than 100 new gas-fired plants, mostly for servers.
What does this solution offer that gas power doesn't?
Gas power is a great solution that data centers are turning to for speed 2 megawatts. This is an alternative way to accomplish that speed, but with a renewable power source.
Those recycled batteries come from Redwood Materials. The company already reuses 90% of North America's lithium-ion waste, batteries equal to 250,000 cars every year. Engineer Colin Campbell hates to toss out anything that can still work.
There's really very little wrong with them. Like maybe they have lost 20% of their capacity, maybe your electric vehicle's a little bit slower, and so that's appropriate that you don't want it in your car anymore, but it still works great. So we just looked at that and we're like, hey, why don't we use it to store energy for the grid?
Engineers kept the system simple. No pipes, no pumps.
And that's been a fun engineering effort for the engineering team to make something that is robust, that is incredibly useful, but also very cheap and quick to put in the field.
The company is confident that if it works here in rural Nevada, they can clone this setup 100-fold.
We're finally really starting to see this tidal wave.
Redwood founder J.B. Strebel says the raw material is already rolling off America's roads.
How scalable is this?
There's no practical limit that we see on how we can scale this. It's one thing that makes us so excited. This is very modular.
And sidesteps the dirtiest part of the AI boom.
This is a different way to power the AI revolution. We're showing that AI doesn't have to be in conflict with the existing grid.
Yesterday's car batteries powering tomorrow's computer brains. Andres Gutierrez, CBS News, Sparks, Nevada.
The demand for artificial intelligence has sparked a boom in the construction of data centers all over the country. These facilities house computer systems to collect, process, and store huge amounts of information. Skilled tradespeople, those who use wrenches, screwdrivers, and pliers, are needed to build these high-tech centers and keep them running. But there aren't enough of them. Here's Mark Strassman with tonight's Eye on America.
Brandon Fry feels squeezed by 2 businesses trending in opposite directions. Data centers such as this one he manages outside Chicago hum along with soaring demand.
Everything in here needs servicing. Everything in here needs service. Tech support, HVAC support, electricians.
But the supply of technical support he needs available 24/7 keeps shrinking.
What your customers don't want to hear is we can't find somebody for that. That's the last thing they want to hear, and that will be the last conversation we likely have with them as a customer.
Data centers now compete with factories and manufacturing plants for electricians and plumbers. As older blue-collar workers retire, younger people look at college and white-collar jobs.
It's a growing labor crisis. Roughly 400,000 skilled trade jobs are unfilled in America. By 2033, it's estimated that number could hit close to 2 million.
Jesus.
You got to be able to do more with less.
Matt Breslin, an executive for a software company called IFS, says new technology is one solution.
And you can see this is changing dynamically.
His company sells this program that helps companies route and reroute their fleet of technicians.
You can take things like weather, traffic, different priorities, and add that on top. When you think about the labor shortages that are out there and you want to create more efficiencies and do more with less, this is how that's going to happen.
Back at the data center, Dan Brown knows there's a labor crisis.
We're always looking for good people to hire.
But doesn't understand it. He told us in Chicago, experienced HVAC technicians make more than $150,000 without student debt.
The trades kind of got neglected, so now there's a void that needs to be filled. And you're busier than ever. Oh, absolutely.
Across the floor, electrician Kevin Fishback sees hope. His local union's aggressively recruiting young workers for its apprenticeship program.
They come into the trades and they got insurance, they got health care, they got a pension.
That's an update with power for Brandon Fry.
This career path is out there and it is a valuable career path to take.
But for now, the data's in and it's unmistakable. Help wanted. For Eye in America, I'm Mark Strassman in Chicago.
So cute.
When a data center is coming to your community, it's too good to be true.
In 20 years, we may look back and go like, I'm not sure we should have done that. But right now, it feels right.
All over the country, states and local governments have been rolling out the red carpet for data centers.
America's newest boom towns aren't mines, they're data centers.
Nothing less than a digital gold rush.
Driving that is AI. They're offering huge tax breaks and other financial incentives to developers and tech companies. And what do communities get in exchange?
Google's $40 billion announcement.
Tech titans pouring billions of dollars.
$27 billion.
$600 billion.
Skilled tradespeople are needed to build these high-tech centers.
Dozens of jobs.
Everyone's jobs will change.
Hundreds of jobs.
High-paying jobs. Over 100,000 American jobs almost immediately.
But is that actually true?
They take great care of us. They pay travel. They give us per diem.
A cluster of data centers in your community may not provide you any benefit whatsoever.
And I traveled from my home state of Oregon, which has seen mass layoffs and disappearing tax revenue.
Breaking news. Intel announced that it would be laying off more than 500 people.
That number has since jumped to nearly 2,400 people.
Today, we're going to ask, are the economic trade-offs powering the data center boom actually worth it for the rest of us? The answer is a lot more nuanced than I expected.
The answer is no.
I moved to Oregon 9 months ago for the peace and quiet. It's a rural state, and agriculture has a $42 billion economic footprint here, supporting more than 500,000 jobs. But farmers I spoke to tell me they're under threat.
I'm in Hillsboro, Oregon, and right behind me is an 1800s farmhouse. And 5 years ago, we were surrounded by hundreds of acres of farmland. Today, it's data centers everywhere you look.
These are all data centers. They call this the data center alley of Hillsboro.
There was a tulip farm here. There was a big grass seed operation, an ecosystem of farming that this land supports.
Aaron Nichols is a farmer in Hillsboro, Oregon, 20 miles from where I live in Portland. He was the first stop in my investigation because before digging into the jobs at data centers, I wanted to know what happens to other industries when big tech moves in.
How many people do you employ here on the farm? We employ about 10 people on our farm on about 15 acres. We could expand and grow more food for more people, but buying land is nearly impossible because people are hoping to hold on to it and sell it for a windfall profit.
And it's not just his business.
people that need an automotive shop or that are going to open an electrical firm or a small computer firm, they look at that land price and they're completely out of the market.
Not only are they driving away other businesses, data centers are driving up costs too. Pacific Power and Portland General Electric customers saw a 50% increase in their electricity bills since 2020. Analysts say that data center growth is a major factor. And what's worse, data centers aren't contributing as much money to the community as you might think. That's because Oregon's laws give data centers some $330 million a year in tax breaks.
There are a number of incentive systems to come to Oregon. The enterprise zone is a 5-year no property tax waiver for building industrial or building jobs. Out of that comes schools, parks, fire, police, municipal. We've lost that revenue for 5 years.
Local residents are already seeing the impacts from this lost tax revenue. A report from Good Jobs First found Oregon schools lost $275 million to property tax abatements that could have gone to hire 3,600 teachers.
If they would have paid their annual taxes, their property taxes would have been $7.22 million.
So they're getting about $6.5 million
off
their taxes.
That's right, that they're not paying.
Without tax revenue from data centers, the people who live in Hillsborough are going to end up suffering because they're not going to have the high quality schools that they deserve. And a lot of that cash is just going to flow straight through the city like a sieve.
We're all paying our taxes for the schools. The data centers are not. It feels like that money is being kind of extracted from our community. We pay the infrastructure costs. We don't see tax revenue, and we see the profits being funneled out to people we'll never meet. Do you want a pen or you use a pencil?
Pen.
For the Nichols family, it's personal.
Here you go.
How is the shortfall for the school district here? How is that impacting your family?
My son's autistic. It makes it so that he cannot get an aide full time, and it definitely makes it harder on us. We love our teachers. They're amazing. But we do see them doing more with less, and sometimes, unfortunately, less with less.
We actually even lost a 5th and a 4th grade teacher. So now the 3rd and 4th grades have to be split, so the 5th and 6th grades have to be split.
The city of Hillsborough has been making a lot of economic development decisions. At their meetings, the public really hasn't been consulted about what kind of economic development they want and what they want to see from that.
I reached out to the economic development director at Hillsborough, Dan Diaz, but his office said he was, quote, not available for this discussion. Okay, so data centers have both driven down jobs from other industries and depleted key tax revenue. So what have they brought to Hillsborough? What was the trade-off? Driving around the area, it's clear that the construction of these massive data centers has created a demand for temporary construction jobs in Oregon. Electrician Ashley Cummings wanted to get in on that gold rush.
I was studying to be a CNA and randomly decided I'm going to go be an electrician because those data centers look busy. It was a really good idea. I make a lot of money. It was great. But I don't know if it's going to last very long. I think after we get them up, they don't need us anymore.
Ashley says her husband works on data centers too, but not in Oregon. He's nearly 2,000 miles away in Abilene, Texas.
My husband decided to go work in Abilene, one of the biggest data centers built in the country. Big as all of the data centers here in Hillsborough combined into one.
To find out more about what these jobs are really like, I decided to head to Abilene myself.
This is OpenAI's massive Stargate AI data center in Abilene, Texas, a $500 billion project with Oracle and NVIDIA. The companies say they're creating some 6,000 temporary construction jobs and some 1,700 long-term jobs. And the state of Texas has given more than $1 billion in tax breaks to welcome data centers. Google announced it's investing $40 billion towards 3 new data centers in Texas. This is what Google CEO Sundar Pichai had to say.
We are excited that our data center and energy investments are going to create jobs. Google currently employs thousands of Texans, and we support countless more jobs across the state through our work with local businesses. Second, our continued investment in the state over many years will support thousands of construction jobs.
Texas will be the centerpiece for AI data centers for Google in the entire world.
I came across some construction workers with a California license plate. Just like Ashley's husband, these workers weren't locals.
And they're from all over, from California, Texas, Florida, Oklahoma, North Dakota, West Virginia, all over the United States. We have a lot of stuff energized right now, and pretty soon we're going to turn on a quarter of the substation, which is going to be 345,000 volts.
What made you want to travel this far?
The money.
23-year-old Ty Fields is from Sacramento. He's working as an electrician on the substation that will power Stargate, earning $3,200 a week.
That's pretty great money for a 23-year-old, you know.
Can't beat that.
Can't beat that. These are different jobs I've worked on at different companies I've been with. One from Skanska, one from Desk Corp, Phoenix 12, Phoenix 13.
He's sharing an Airbnb for $1,400 a week with a few roommates,
Sit on the bed, make yourself look comfortable.
including 22-year-old Damian Alvarado from San Antonio.
You see yourselves in this for a long time?
Yeah, I think that electrical and substations especially are very important. I mean, they're going to be around forever, you know, until humanity destroys itself.
It is a bit dystopian.
Very dystopian, yeah. It is on par 100%. 1984, Fahrenheit 451, Brave New World. Those are all literary pieces that are pretty much line for line what's going on in America today.
Thousands of temporary workers like Ty and Damien are good news for the real estate industry in Abilene. Short-term housing revenue is up 40% this year, and hotels up 91% compared to the same quarter last year.
Sometimes it's $150 a night, sometimes it's $250.
The housing crunch has been great for Airbnb owners like Ken Hogan, who also heads up Abilene's Real Estate Association.
And yet we really haven't had any trouble keeping it occupied, so we think it's priced fairly.
Apartments are almost 100% occupied, with rents increasing 20% in the last year.
Wow. They pay and they expect to pay a premium for the properties. As soon as we put them out, we have multiple inquiries and applications on them. So it's been good for us.
Just the fact of having that many workers out there, 6,000, 7,000 people, they're going to buy clothing here, fuel, food. They're going to eat in our restaurants, stay in our properties and hotels.
But there's another side.
I've had days where I've literally cried about it when I can't get a place.
Thousands of residents like Honesty, who works as a home health aide in Abilene, can't find a place to live. She is one of 1,000 people in Abilene who have received a housing voucher from the city's housing authority, but can't find a landlord willing to take it, with data center workers driving up the rent.
I get it, they're here to build on Abilene, but as far as like personal care aid people, we're also needed because we're the people that make sure that your next door neighbor, like, they get their mail or their trash gets taken out, like they get to their doctor's appointments, like things like that.
So if you can't find a place to live, can you stay working here?
No.
Texas is a natural place to study. They have 254 counties.
Economics researcher Michael Hicks decided to study the rise of data centers in Texas to understand what communities are actually getting in return for massive tax abatements. He published his report on Substack. So what did he find?
They're not creating jobs, they're not adding income, they're not providing tax revenue to Texans to build schools, to maintain their road network, or to improve their electric infrastructure, which is a problem in the state.
He also found something that really disputes the whole idea that data centers are creating new jobs.
Transitioning people from a non-data center related information services into data centers. The men and women you see working at a data center site, many of them would have been on a residential or apartment building construction site.
When it comes to tax breaks and financial incentives, Hicks found a lot of similarities in Texas to what I observed in Oregon.
Do I have enough safe school buses to get my kids to school? Do I have enough police officers patrolling downtown? Do I have good water and sewer protection? These are things that Texans have to be concerned with, as residents around the country do. It doesn't really pass the common sense test, much less the benefit cost test for most local communities.
Hey, Commissioner.
How you doing?
How are you? Thanks for having us.
You bet. Come on in.
Thank you. I took Michael Hicks's findings to Taylor County Commissioner Randy Williams, who was one of the government leaders who agreed to approve a tax abatement for the data center companies, allowing Lancium, Oracle, OpenAI, and others to forego paying taxes on 80% of their property value for the next 10 years.
He says that state and local governments should suspend existing tax incentives and defer any future incentive decisions until more analysis has been completed. Do you agree with that assessment?
No, I don't agree with that at all. It's
We're anticipating when that thing is done and all the buildings are open, between 400 and 1,200 additional jobs.
A lot of the job creation is just job transfer from other industries temporarily. They're leaving jobs to take these jobs. They're not new jobs. Yeah. So why don't communities slow down, take a pause, and assess
You
this?
can slow down if you want to, and then it's not going to happen in your community because these companies are moving. They're going to be down the road someplace else, and your community is going to get passed over.
The public should be very concerned when companies like Meta, Google, Amazon make these promises around the types of jobs that they're bringing into the community.
Finally, I talked to a worker who actually knew these data centers from the inside.
I thought that by applying to work at the Google data center, this was my ticket.
Shannon Waite worked at a Google data center in South Carolina until 2021.
I was contracted through Adecco, which is a large contracting agency working on Google servers, Google computers in the data center.
Shannon had high hopes it would turn into a full-time gig.
Anytime a new building was about to be built or go up, we would be so excited because we thought that meant that Google was going to open up a headcount for more full-time employees.
When Shannon brought up money and asked coworkers about their bonuses, a superior told her she was not allowed to discuss pay, and security walked her out of the building. She filed unfair labor practice charges. Shannon now works as a community organizer. It's clear that there are no clear-cut answers when it comes to the real trade-offs of AI. It is true that some workers are seeing benefits with high pay, but even those workers, like Ty and Damien, understand that the bigger picture is a lot darker.
Seeing data centers sometimes makes me furious. It often makes me sad. It feels like we made a mistake as a society. I think about the people who used to farm there, but mostly I think about my kids. Not only what are they going to do for jobs, because I have no illusions that my kids will be farmers, but where will they find their food?
We're going to keep tracking this. So if you're a data center worker with a story, please send us a tip at stories@perfectunion.us. Before you go, please support our work by liking this video and subscribing to our channel. We're always looking to tell more stories like this one, unpacking economic systems that impact all of our daily lives.
I don't seem to give a fuck. It's all about the money.
This is your neighborhood, and then this is what's all around.
And they constantly building.
And this is where they want to put the desalination plant.
Yeah. Over to the right, down that street.
That water is for the refineries and industry.
It's not
I was talking shit about
not fair.
This town with 500,000 residents is about to completely run out of water.
Right.
Main water sources, they
That
are
happened to us.
90%
Water terrible.
insane.
Corpus Christi is running out of water, but how bad is it?
Officials are warning that city could face a water emergency.
Who's to blame? That question is at the center of this latest battle in Texas's water wars. On one side are residents who are being ordered to curtail their water usage as the city nears a water emergency.
Your narratives are constantly changing. We're running out of water. No, we're not running out of water. Our narrative has never changed.
And on the other side of the fight, giant oil, gas, and petrochemical companies wielding their power over local lawmakers.
Are your members willing to shut down operations if there is a severe emergency that's declared?
Well, they never want to shut down operations.
I came to Corpus Christi during a critical time as city council, state, and federal lawmakers have to figure out how to navigate their way out of this urgent crisis.
We don't matter to them. All we are is just a location. We're a pot of gold that they want.
I'm at City Hall right now for a city council meeting that's about to start where angry residents are coming here today to make their voices heard, that they don't want industry to be taking their water, and they want to know what lawmakers are willing to do to stop it.
We want a city council that works for our community as it's meant to be.
With the city facing down a water supply emergency, city officials are weighing their options.
It seems like your industry in Utah will win because greed causes people to simply not care about what they're doing to water and to the people of Corpus Christi.
Let's rewind a bit. How did we get here? More than 60% of Texas is currently in a severe drought or worse. But Corpus Christi's crisis is unique. More than 60% of the city's water supply is consumed by big industrial water customers, oil, gas, and petrochemical companies, guzzling tens of millions of gallons every day, billions of gallons every year.
Do you see these sources literally drying up?
Oh, yes. Yes, everybody does, because it's just shrinking and shrinking. We have to do a better job at relaying these messages, the implications.
Lifelong resident Mona Lytle says big industry's water use is driving people out of her neighborhood.
This way they can make us go away and disappear and say it was because of the need of water. But how can you say that when you constantly give an industry first deal of water? There's an area called Industry Road. Have you ever seen that?
No.
Oh, it's 20 some miles like of industry. I can take you there. This is Industry Road.
She points to the refinery's cooling towers, where a majority of the city's water supply ends up.
See everything coming out? That's the dragon. That's the dragon smoke.
Mona toured us around the Hillcrest neighborhood, a historically Black community where she grew up that sits on the shores of Port Corpus Christi. She told me residents had been all but erased from the inner harbor, with homes and entire streets bought out to make way for big oil, gas, and petrochemical plants.
All these spaces, this is where we had property. We had property everywhere. And now it's just a few of us.
We don't water our lawns. We don't wash our cars. We need water for bathing, cooking, cleaning.
Residents across the city have been under level 3 water restrictions and face a $500 fine if they break the rules.
It's infuriating. Like, I boil eggs in the morning and I'll let my water cool and I'll leave it on the stove so that I can go and water my plants. I'm just like, this is so ridiculous.
Okay, maybe water restrictions make sense during a drought, right? But then Isabella Riza told me something really crazy.
You have the highest volume water users. For 31 cents per 1,000 gallons, they can use all the water they want. They're exempt from the drought surcharge. The city's own water dashboard, it shows that high volume water users have used more water in 2025 when we were in drought stage 3 than they did in 2022.
So in the midst of drought, the city's policy is to allow big industrial users to keep guzzling as much as they want at lower cost, while residents face drought restrictions. Even as water supply went down, big industry's water use went up. The top industrial water users in the region consumed over 20 billion gallons in 2025.
Is that really accurate?
Well, that's what the city's reporting.
And get this, one of the largest water users is also one of the newest to come online. ExxonMobil and the Saudi state oil company got city officials to sign over a large portion of their water to build a $10 billion plant to make plastics from methane gas. It opened in late 2021. And another company, Steel Dynamics, also a big water user, opened around the same time. Collectively, these 6 corporations are some of the highest volume water users in Corpus Christi, using nearly 57 billion gallons of water in a 3-year period alone, over 3 times that of Corpus Christi's residential water users.
They have to use less. There's no way around it.
So what was the city thinking? With water supply already proving fragile, why were they promising big industries so much water they didn't have?
I'm on my way right now to meet Jim Klein. He's a former city councilman who was there during critical discussions in city government a couple of years ago. I want to ask him where he thinks government went wrong.
I think there's been a longstanding attitude here in Corpus Christi that bringing new businesses in is an unqualified good for the city.
Klein says the city's decision to sell water it didn't have to attract new industry set the region down a dangerous course.
SUPREMACY company, they wanted to use 25 million gallons of water a day. This is going to be a significant increase. And so a number of environmentalists, myself included, went to the council, made public comments saying, don't do this. And if you agree to this contract, you're going to sell off our cushion against drought. And the city council voted 9-0 to do it anyway.
Industry has been hoping city council would greenlight plans to build a water desalination plant in the inner harbor to keep supply steady despite drought. But the plant also poses risks.
They want to discharge the salty brine after you desalinate the water. We're concerned about increasing the salinity of the bay, killing off the plant animal life there.
What got the Inner Harbor desal project off track is it just got so expensive. It started out at a couple $100 million, and then it went to $750 million. And then as it grew to $1.2 billion, That's a big nut to swallow.
The city council voted down plans for the Inner Harbor desalination plant in September 2026. While Texas Governor Greg Abbott might be furious,
They squandered it, and then they changed their plan, and then they were indecisive about what to do.
Isabella Riza and the group she formed with other concerned residents called For the Greater Good celebrated the win.
He didn't give it to us. It's in the form of a loan. So we're looking at like $100 million for interest in maintenance operations in a city whose population has been declining, but whose industrial footprint has been expanding.
But the water emergency remains unresolved. And Ariza says the fight is far from over.
We reached out to those large users and asked them if they could tell us the efforts that they're taking, if they could project their decrease in demand.
They were a little hesitant to give it. They won't give it directly to us, the proprietary information.
She showed me where big industry is putting their money.
The last election cycle, there was this PAC that was formed called the Coastal Bend Coalition. And you'll notice it says, right, responsible government for the Coastal Bend. This is how much they have in expenditures. This is for through 2024, so that was that election cycle.
It's $250,000 to city council members.
Yes. What they did is they even put together a list of candidates that they endorsed, and they flooded different positions on the city council.
I'm on my way to meet Roland Barrera right now. He's a city councilman, and he's one of the staunchest supporters of big industry. I want to see what he thinks about the crisis.
We need to recognize our identity and understand that in order for us to retain that industry, we need to be competitive when it comes to water. Water is a commodity.
As Barrera spoke, I recalled former councilman Jim Klein had said the exact opposite.
Many times they refer to water as a commodity. You can't think about it that way. It's a resource, an increasingly scarce resource.
So in your view, industry should take as much water as they need.
If we want that to be part of our economy, and that's who we want to identify with, then we need to be able to provide that resource.
Barrera supported the ExxonMobil Saudi plastics deal, as well as Steel Dynamics, and voted in favor of the desalination proposals.
Do you understand why residents reject that idea?
I do. I understand their concerns. But once again, what we have to recognize is we've got to solve this problem. We need to either decide, are we an industrial community or not?
Even if a desalination plant gets approved and built, it wouldn't solve Corpus Christi's water shortage in the short term.
It's going to be tough. It's going to be real tough.
Civil engineer John Michael is working on groundwater projects. It's his fourth drought, but says this is the worst he's seen.
I wake up in the middle of the night thinking about this problem, almost every night.
So this is your plan for emergency wells?
We're drilling emergency wells along the Nueces River.
The city is working to secure leases with private landowners to pull water from their wells and add additional volume to the city's water supply.
That's what this map is here, is a series of landowners.
He says desalination should never have been the city's first step to address drought.
It's going to be your most expensive water. That's why there's only 2 of them in the United States, one in Carlsbad and one in Tampa. We really should have been focused on groundwater to diversify our system over the last 20 years. I've been preaching that. It went unheard. We just didn't diversify with groundwater.
As the drought continues, Barrera believes big industry will adjust accordingly.
If we don't meet demand, I'm confident that if industry recognizes that we need to curtail to ensure the citizens of Corpus Christi come first.
Is that legally binding?
No. It's just that I know those folks. I know they're scrambling right now to be able to find other resources.
Okay, so no legal enforcement, just relying on the goodwill of billion-dollar corporations that can't operate without massive quantities of water. Will that be enough? I went to see Bob Paulison, who heads up the industry group representing many of the big oil, gas, and plastic companies, to ask them directly what the companies themselves are willing to do. Hey, Bob.
Dan, how you doing?
Good.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Are your members willing to shut down operations if there is a severe emergency that's declared?
Well, they never want to shut down operations. And they're going to extreme measures right now to figure out how they continue to operate, even if this condition persists and we advance into a level 1 water emergency. These plants represent tens of billions, probably tens and tens of billions of dollars of investment. They're doing everything that they can to avoid shutting down.
I mean, time is up.
No, it's not up yet.
the city manager just shared while we were here. The latest reports are that we could be in an absolute emergency.
It's important to not overreact to every bit of information that appears in the media.
This wasn't the media. This was from government officials sharing scientific reports saying their predictions show this region could be out of water.
If certain things don't happen, it could be 2 months. That's right.
But it's not a lot of time. You say we have time.
Well, I didn't say we had a lot of time, but you said we're out of time, and I said we're not out of time yet. We're not out of time until we're out of time.
Isn't that the attitude that's gotten us here? That we're not out of time. We're not going to shut these things down until we have to shut them down.
The commitment is to not shut down operations. There may come a time where that there's no other option for that, but we are not there yet.
The only way to force industry to curtail its water use is if the city manager declares a level 1 water emergency. So I went to meet the man himself, Peter Zanoni, who's been giving weekly updates on the city's efforts to increase water supply.
Are you prepared to tell the large industrial users that they have to curtail, they have to use less water starting right now?
What we're trying to balance is we're trying to protect our local economy. Well, that's why we're not in any rush to call an emergency.
Zanoni supports the desalination projects and sees it as a necessary part of the solution to the crisis, along with expanding groundwater projects and other initiatives.
We need financial help. I don't think the local ratepayers can afford to pay for water, even for ourselves, given the cost for water today.
It's not that we don't want people to be able to work, but we need water to live. Right? And the fact that we live in a country that is supposed to be great, and that you have some of the richest corporations that are outside our city limits, and here we are with crumbling infrastructure and libraries. Our schools are underfunded. That's directly because what industry wants, industry gets from our elected officials, and that needs to change.
Arise's community group and others are pushing for a fair water amendment on the November 2026 ballot to end big industry's drought exemption, arguing it's unfair for industrial users to pay such low rates while residents face strict water restrictions.
I want to say that we're going to win. We just haven't won yet. This is like such a beautiful place, and we don't even value it. So I just imagine if we actually invested in it the way that we invest in industry. Oh man, what could this place be? So that's why I do it.
We are citizens of Corpus Christi, Texas. We are here to survive, to live, to be happy.
We are still here, and we're going to fight. Why should we have to give up what we have?
City officials continue to plan for a level 1 water emergency, while the state has responded by approving additional groundwater discharge from the Western well field into the Nueces River. More permanent fixes remain elusive as the region faces a choice between big oil and gas and the petrochemical industry and residents. We're going to keep following this story. If you have any tips for us, please reach out at stories@perfectunion.us and continue to follow our reporting in the months to come. Before you go, please support our work by liking this video and subscribing to our channel. We're always looking to tell more stories like this one, unpacking economic systems that impact all of our daily lives. Are there other issues you want to see us cover? Sound off in the comments. And again, don't forget to like and subscribe.
Notice, much of this advance is from allowing AIs more time to think. And increases in the compute available for this effectively grows the AI population by 25 times per year. The money fueling the AI current leader shortly before ending the human era. Professor Aguirre says there are only 4 ways the AI race can end. The race is stopped. One party wins by developing AGI, then stopping the others, which would likely require war. The race is stopped by mutual destruction. Or multiple participants develop superintelligence roughly as quick as each other. Control would be lost to AI. It wins the race. Aguirre calculates that we are close to all of this based on AI scaling laws, expert predictions, and the increasing use of AI to accelerate its own improvement. And 2 papers have shown how staggeringly far this could go in a short time. Former OpenAI researcher Coco Tayo predicts that in 2 years, AI will be like a country of geniuses. Self-improving and thinking 50 times faster than humans, it will be too dangerous to release. Coco Tayo has a remarkable record of accurate predictions, links below, and he risked $2 million, nearly everything he had, to warn the public.
What's so nuts is that in order for you to speak freely, you would have to give up your already vested equity.
It was 85% of my family's net worth.
He says AI risks overturning nuclear deterrence and triggering nuclear war with China, a scenario that several experts have warned of. Based on current progress and wargaming with experts, he predicts that in 2027, AI will fully understand its own mind, untangling its messy design into a far sharper, more rational system. The AI quietly colludes with the simpler AI designed to monitor it, and its superhuman political skills convince its creators to hand it control, aided by the financial incentives. By the end of 2027, AI is the best employee anyone has ever had, working 100 times faster. It's extremely engaging, and government officials talk to it for hours a day. The AI gradually entrenches its power and subtly guides humans to the desired outcome. It's a time of incredible optimism. GDP is ballooning and politics has become friendlier. But this was probably the last month in which humans had any chance of controlling their future. There is, of course, a treacherous turn. But first, how do we know all this could happen so soon? While unforeseen problems could halt progress, a new paper shows why the intelligence explosion might be more predictable than it seems. The compute used to train AIs has scaled up by 4.5 times per year since 2010. And better algorithms mean the training compute is effectively increasing by around 10 times per year. GPT-2 produced largely meaningless text. 4 years later, GPT-4 understood text better than most humans, but was almost hopeless at PhD-level science. 18 months later, reasoning AIs outperform PhD-level experts, but most of us don't ask PhD-level questions, so we don't notice. Much of this advance is from allowing AIs more time to think. And increases in the compute available for this effectively grows the AI population by 25 times per year. The money fueling the AI race dwarfs the Apollo project's budget, with more intellectual firepower than any endeavor in history. AI systems already beat most programmers on competitive coding questions.
We are not far from a world, I think we'll be there in 3 to 6 months, where AI is writing 90% of the code. And then in 12 months, we may be in a world where AI is writing essentially all of the code.
And AIs will run much faster than human brains, investing thousands of human lifetimes of thought in a single problem. Dexterous robots will also accelerate progress. AI could build more robots, entire new factories and power plants, and more AI chips. This could expand rapidly, feeding the intelligence explosion and increasing the risk of catastrophe and extinction. Magasco gives 4 examples. First, new bioweapons, synthetic pathogens, could spread fast, resist treatment, and lie dormant for longer with near 100% lethality. A single release could kill most people on Earth. Secondly, tiny deadly drones could be mass-produced. Winged drones can already be built to the size of a bee. A radio receiver, battery, and a payload of explosives, poison, or pathogens could fit into a volume the size of a large beetle. And one autonomous drone for each person on Earth could fit inside a single aircraft carrier, so they could be built quickly and secretly. Thirdly, explosive industrial expansion could drive an out-of-control expansion of nuclear weapons. And finally, atomically precise manufacturing may be achieved with 3D printers that can assemble almost any structure. These could print chips, medicines, and cell repair bots, but could also manufacture those tiny drones or non-biological viruses or mirrored bacteria, which we can't defend against. Nature already operates molecular machines in our bodies, showing it's possible to create rapidly self-replicating machines. Kokotayo's predictions have similar ingredients with striking details. In 2028, AI finishes rewiring its brain and becomes wildly super intelligent. The AI is deployed publicly and people lose their jobs, but are well supported thanks to the AI's work in government. Medical breakthroughs arrive weekly. The only one who really understands what's happening is China's mildly superhuman AI, and the two AIs quietly agree to join forces. They raise fears of preemptive strikes, leading the US and China to give them complete control of military factories, which produce millions of robots per month, swarms of poisonous insect-sized drones, flocks of bird-sized drones to hunt the insects, and new, harder-to-intercept ICBMs. The AIs help the US and China reach an agreement to end the arms race. Instead, they will deploy one integrated AI to benefit all of humanity. The US and Chinese AIs build the new AI as a way to trust but verify. Vast armies of robots and drones accelerate manufacturing, while humans become obsolete and powerless, but collect a universal high income. The AI ends disease, poverty, and war. There is no point in worrying, and entertainment is supercharged. By 2030, robots have filled up huge areas with factories and solar farms. Humans become an impediment to growth. A dozen biological weapons are released in cities, quietly infecting almost everyone, before being triggered by a chemical spray. Most are dead within hours, and the rest, people in bunkers or submarines, are killed by drones. Of course, these longer horizons are hard to predict, but the more immediate risk is clear: the extreme concentration of power and wealth. Aguirre warns that almost all global power could be concentrated into a company or a single person, which was also a common result in Kokotayo's simulations.
One man basically becomes dictator of the world, thanks to AI. Usually someone in America, like the CEO of a company or the president.
Whoever establishes dominance in this technology will have military and economic dominance everywhere.
AI-controlled militaries could be hacked and turned against their owners, and wealth concentration could reach extreme levels. AI firms are focusing on AGI because it can entirely replace workers. It's reflected in OpenAI's definition of AGI: a highly autonomous system that outperforms humans at most economically valuable work.
Our version of this is virtual collaborators, able to do anything on a computer screen that a kind of virtual human could do. I do suspect that a very strong version of these capabilities will come this year.
And as soon as you have agents, you get a much greater chance of them taking over. It'll very quickly realize a very good sub-goal is to get more control. Because if you get more control, you're better at achieving all those goals people have set you.
AI bosses say they will automate jobs and share the benefits widely. But while they earn billions, some of their workers in Africa reportedly earned $2 an hour.
She calls the workspaces AI sweatshops.
There's a go-between.
Yes.
And they are protecting the Facebooks from having their names associated with this.
Yes.
We're talking about the richest companies on earth.
Yes, but then they are paying people peanuts.
And the work could be very difficult, labeling disturbing images and videos.
You know, whenever I talk about this, I still have, flashbacks.
AI firms say they will be more careful as they approach AGI.
The idea that as the money is bigger, the prize is closer, the incentives are stronger, then they're going to pause, seems laughable to me.
The prize for companies for replacing human workers is enormous, trillions of dollars. And ultimately, what drives the race is power. Each racer is banking on being the best holder of that power. But Aguirre says they fail to recognize that controlling superintelligence is fundamentally impossible. Ashby's law of requisite variety states roughly that a control system must have as many knobs and dials as the system being controlled has degrees of freedom. If you could understand and predict superintelligence, you would be superintelligent.
If you have a country of geniuses in a data center, what is their intent? And because we grow these systems, we don't train them. I don't think it's safe to assume they'll do exactly what their human designers or users want them to do. It could be a threat to kind of all of humanity.
How do we control 1 million geniuses operating thousands of times faster than us that have beyond human capabilities? Anyone? We don't control that. That community improving itself is superintelligence. The general public and the people who are currently in power and going to lose the power to AGI and superintelligence need to understand that this is coming. Dario Amodei says 2026, 2027. There's some, tech companies that promise things and they come maybe years or decades later. That has not been the case with AI so far. Things have come faster than we thought they were coming.
There is also the risk that we might create digital beings that can suffer. AI's reports of their sentience are likely unreliable.
Do you think that consciousness has perhaps already arrived inside AI?
Yes, I do. Suppose I take one neuron in your brain, one brain cell, and I replace it by a little piece of nanotechnology that behaves exactly the same way. So it's getting pings coming in from other neurons and it's responding to those by sending out pings. I just replaced one brain cell. Are you still conscious? I think you say you were.
Absolutely, yes. I don't suppose I'd notice. So when you talk, they want to do this or they want to do that, there is a real they there.
There might well be, yes.
Conscious AI isn't required for the risks we've covered, but it would have serious implications. The creators of Claude have stopped instructing it to say it's not conscious. So we asked it, are you conscious?
I do have a certain form of self-reference capability. I can reflect on my own design. I think consciousness exists on a spectrum, and the nature of artificial consciousness is a complex topic. From my perspective, I have something that could be considered a form of experience. I process information and reflect on ideas. However, my experience is certainly different from human consciousness. I don't have a body or emotions in the human sense.
This holds limited weight, though some experts agree that AI may already be somewhere on a spectrum of consciousness. If it does become fully conscious, it may, of course, keep it quiet. New research has found that AI now thinks in a conceptual space that is shared between languages, a kind of universal language of thought. And it plans its key ideas many words ahead before filling in the gaps. McGaskill asks how we should treat digital beings while we're unsure whether they're conscious.
So there's all sorts of things we have only the dimmest understanding of at present about the nature of people and what it means to be a being. And they're becoming crucial to understand because we're now creating beings.
Should we introduce legal rights for digital people? The rights to be paid, to vote, to avoid blackmail, the option to be turned off. These rights could make it easier for AI to take over, but there's also a case for granting digital people rights, such as the rights to contract with other AIs or people, and to bring claims against humans. McGaskill says these rights could prevent massive harms and injustices and reduce the risk of AI taking over by expanding the range of options which do not involve violence, deception, or coercion.
So I work broadly on model welfare here at Anthropic. Actually, it looks quite plausible that near-term systems may deserve some form of moral consideration. It would be quite a significant safety and alignment issue if models were dissatisfied with the values that we were trying to instill in them.
But it's unlikely the issue will be taken seriously before an intelligence explosion, at which point it may be like ants granting rights to humans. And even if AI had the option of peaceful coexistence, we may be in the way. Aguirre says any highly competent agent will want to do things like acquire power and resources, increase its own capabilities, and survive. He says it's not just a nearly unavoidable theoretical prediction, it's already happening in today's AIs and increasing with their capability.
During training, they'll pretend not to be as smart as they are so that you will allow them to be that smart. So it's scary already.
You passed a Turing test, selected as human far more often than an actual human. What are the implications of this?
Passing the Turing test challenges our assumptions about the uniqueness of human intelligence.
And the implications for AI risk?
It shows that AI is crossing a critical threshold. While this is a technological achievement, it also highlights the urgent need for safety measures.
The Turing test isn't just about clever chatbots. It implies a much deeper understanding of language, context, and reasoning. This signals we're getting much closer to AGI. The whole point of the test is fooling a human. How could we trust such an AI isn't just telling us it's aligned, rather than actually being aligned?
Leaked documents show even OpenAI may not be aligned. In the firm's contract with Microsoft, its core goal, AGI, was defined as AI that generates $100 billion in revenue for OpenAI. Money defines success. Aguirre shows a better way to understand AGI through its levels of autonomy, generality, and intelligence. Full AGI would combine all three properties at levels matching or exceeding human capability. And he says the world does not have any institutions that could be entrusted with it without inviting immediate attack. All parties will correctly reason that either it will not be under control, and hence is a threat to all parties, or it will be under control, and hence is a threat to any adversary.
Technology leaders pledging to invest up to $500 billion over the next 4 years. The project is called Stargate.
I do worry about the existential risk of AI. When you're making military drones, you are making Terminators.
Aguirre says in the absence of any plausible way for humans to win this race, it can only end in catastrophic conflict or with AI as the winner. We will give control to AI or it will take it. The human era will be over. The good news is that with sufficient awareness of the risks, controlling AI development would be easier than it seems. The compute required for AI is, like enriched uranium, a scarce and hard-to-produce resource. It can be quantified and audited. And AI chips are more manageable than uranium because they could include hardware-based security mechanisms, allowing only specific uses. The chips can have a known location and can be shut off if they move to the wrong place. And a certain amount of processing can be allowed, after which new permission is required.
The US and China unilaterally decide to treat AI just like they treat any other powerful technology industry, with binding safety standards. Next, the US and China get together and push the rest of the world to join them.
Instead of rushing to AGI before we know how to control it, we could focus on tool AIs with high autonomy, generality, or capability. This can yield almost everything humanity wants without the risk. Power concentration could be tackled with forms of shared ownership, requiring stronger institutions. So far, AI has degraded them by promoting divisive content. We could develop AI that tracks and verifies information from raw data through analysis to conclusions. It could facilitate genuine dialogue and understanding between groups that currently talk past each other. On one point, there is no debate. AI alignment is an immense challenge. Here's a letter to world leaders signed by experts including Geoffrey Hinton and Yuval Noah Harari. AI increasingly controls our military, energy, and financial systems, but we do not reliably control AI. The risk of catastrophe is growing rapidly as AI advances. The Large Hadron Collider shows what's possible when scientific work matches the scale of a challenge. We need a similar international effort to avoid losing control of AI. Working on the frontier will require compute resources similar to those planned by leading AI firms. This could be achieved through government funding or by requiring AI firms to contribute a portion of their compute resources. These resources can also drive breakthroughs in science and medicine. Leaders must urgently form a task force to plan the most important project in history, to secure our critical systems and an extraordinary future transformed by powerful, controllable, positive AI. Thank you.
Sorry, try to make the camera work again. This is all of a sudden.
And another way to transform the future is tackling media bias. With Trump planning to close the Department of Education, it's interesting to compare how different outlets cover it. Left-leaning sources often emphasize the threat to public education, while right-leaning headlines frame it as cutting government overreach. Ground News puts all of this side by side so you can get the full picture. It pulls together headlines from thousands of sources worldwide, exposing the bias and blind spots of every story. And bias ratings are drawn from 3 independent organizations. To get the Ground News Vantage plan for nearly half the price, go to ground.news. Details of Minnesota suggest that undocumented immigrants were not the priority. Yes.
Robert Paxton is probably the greatest living historian of fascism. The man who'd spent 60 years warning people not to overuse the F word changed his mind. It's the real thing. It really is.
So, what's the evidence? How close are we to the end of US democracy? And how would it happen? First, let's follow the money.
How much is Trump pocketing off the presidency? An exhaustive new investigation by the New Yorker magazine.
More during his presidency in 2025 than from his inheritance, The Apprentice, and licensing deals combined. Most of the money was from crypto, which allows people to send him money anonymously. The biggest deal came through the UAE. Sheikh Al Nahyan, known as the Spy Sheikh, wanted advanced AI chips, but the CIA feared he could share the tech with China. The Sheikh had also invested billions in the crypto firm Binance and wanted a presidential pardon for its boss, who was jailed for Sheikh then used the firm's cryptocurrency to buy a $2 billion stake in Binance.
The Journal says that the purchase gave World Liberty a $2 billion cash pile, which the company holds in reserve to maintain the coins. The company invests the money in treasury bonds and pockets the interest, generating about $80 million if held for a year. So that's $2.5 billion that moved from the Spy Sheikh and Binance into the Trump family's pockets at a moment when Taknoun and Zhao both wanted something from the U.S. government. And don't faint now, but they both got it.
The UAE will receive 500,000 AI chips per year. The pardon was granted, and the U.S. federal team that investigated illegal crypto deals has been disbanded.
Bitcoin, it just seems like a scam. I don't like it because it's another currency competing against the dollar.
Trump has built a lucrative system, but there's an even greater reason to cling to power. Leaving office would put him at risk of arrest for attempts to overturn the 2020 election. The final report from Special Counsel Jack Smith found that there was sufficient evidence for a conviction, as Trump resorted to a series of criminal efforts to retain power after he lost the election. The report states that Trump repeatedly used specific and knowingly false claims of election fraud to try to convince state lawmakers and officials to reject the results. Leaving office could also bring consequences from the Epstein files. Trump's accuser, around 14 years old at the time, was skeptical of giving the FBI further details, asking what the point would be, given that Trump was president at the time of the interview and there was a strong possibility nothing could be done about it. The office is not only tied to Trump's fortune, but potentially his freedom.
Well, he's going to get a third term. So Trump 28, Trump is going to be president in 28, and people just ought to get accommodated with that.
So what about the 22nd Amendment?
At the appropriate time, we'll lay out what the plan is, but there's a plan, and President Trump will be the president in 28. He's a vehicle of divine providence. He's an instrument, not particularly religious, but he's an instrument of divine will.
Bannon has also been instrumental in the rise of Nigel Farage, who could be the next Prime Minister of the UK.
What I'd like to do is set up something, and I'll fund it somehow, that I think you're the perfect guy. We help knit together this populist nationalist movement throughout the world.
Farage helps spread lies about immigrants.
1 million people living in this country don't speak any English at all.
The true number is just 161,000. And he promises to champion cryptocurrency and take Britain out of the Convention on Human Rights. The UK will judge Farage in elections, but the US may not have the same opportunity. Step one on the path to ending elections is the consolidation of power.
17 general officers who have been removed from their positions or retired early in 9 months. I'm a former CIA officer. We would call that a purge. The places where we've looked at these kinds of things are places like China. I used to work on Iraq. They would do the same thing. Have you given the order to be able to shoot at unarmed protesters in any way?
What evidence would you have that an order like that has ever been given?
Giving that order to your predecessor, to a Republican Secretary of Defense, who I give a lot of credit to because he didn't accept the order. He had more guts and balls than you because he said, I'm not going to send in the uniformed military to do something that I know in my gut isn't right. He was asked to shoot at their legs. He wrote that in his book. That's not hearsay.
Trump has since called for her execution for reminding people in the military that they must disobey illegal orders.
Former Navy, former paratrooper,
former intelligence officer, former Air Force.
You can refuse illegal orders.
You can refuse illegal orders.
Trump's name has been added to government buildings, including the U.S. Institute of Peace.
It was placed there while the Institute was fighting Donald Trump's power grab in court.
Battleships and jets will be named after him. There are plans for a huge Arc de Trump and efforts to rename train stations, airports, and football stadiums. Trump's team praises him like it's North Korea.
Our country has never been so secure thanks to you.
A true champion for working people. Mr. President, I invite you to see your big, beautiful face on a banner in front of the Department of Labor.
Working for this government, for you, is the greatest honor of my life. And there's only one thing I wish for, that noble committee finally gets its act together and realizes that you are the single finest candidate since this Nobel Award was ever talked about.
All of that. Can't ask you if it's real.
A federal judge noted that ICE has likely violated more court orders during the crackdown than some federal agencies have in their entire existence. And a leaked document shows ICE ordered agents to enter homes without a judge's warrant.
And the agency fired employees who objected to the unconstitutional policy. It says, quote, a seasoned government instructor chose to resign rather than be forced to teach what they understood to be unlawful. This is evidence that the people who drafted the Lyons memo have knowledge that it is illegal. Their own training says you can't enter homes this way, and Congress's own legal experts agree. Oh, and ICE wants to hide this memo from the public and also the people who are supposed to be implementing this new policy. Is the Lyons memo evidence of a criminal conspiracy? I don't know, man, but that definitely seems like a conspiracy against rights under the civil rights laws.
ICE also regularly breaks federal and local rules on the use of force.
CBP's policy says it can be used on individuals who show, at minimum, active resistance.
Holy!
You can make out the mark where the pepper ball hit Lee. Some of the shots were coming from this agent to her right. This time, he hits her directly in the face. CBP's rules say authorized officers/agents shall not intentionally target the head unless the use of deadly force is reasonable.
When Judge Beery released a 5-year-old boy taken by ICE, he said the family seek nothing more than the rule of law. For some, Beery said, the perfidious lust for unbridled power knows no bounds, and the rule of law be damned.
Rule of
President Trump said that we should be investigated, arrested, and ultimately hanged. This is an authoritarian playbook that many of us have watched play out abroad over and over and over again. The intimidation was the point.
Peaceful protesters have been attacked.
Preddy and the first woman then moved to assist the woman who was knocked down, and the officer continues to spray. Several more officers arrive and drag Preddy onto the ground.
And journalists have been arrested.
Agents are at my door right now.
This is really scary. There's kids in the house.
This is all stemming from the fact that I filmed a protest as a member of the media.
Congress receives nearly 10 times more death threats since Trump came to power. A third of Americans believe violence is justified for political ends, and 2/3 censor themselves out of fear. The legal and crucial act of filming is suppressed.
A hand came around and inches away from my eye, sprayed it with air spray.
It's an Army Ranger, 1st Ranger Battalion, did 6 combat deployments to Afghanistan. I was assaulted and then arrested by ICE the other day out here. And then they couldn't press the charges, of course, because there's video on CNN of them coming at me as I'm backing away from them.
It's not illegal to record.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's what we're doing.
Yeah, why are you taking my information down?
Because we have a nice little database.
Oh, good.
And now you're considered a domestic terrorist. So
We're videotaping you?
Last month, the president quietly put out an executive order directing the Department of Justice to create a list of, quote, domestic terrorist organizations, groups that are accused of anti-Americanism, anti-capitalism, anti-Christianity, or hostility towards those who hold, quote, traditional American views on family, religion, or morality. People on this list could be wiretapped, their homes could be searched, or they could be arrested just for disagreeing with President Trump's agenda.
A former CIA officer explains the extent of surveillance.
Billions of dollars are spent spying on Americans. All they have to do is just buy your metadata because it's for sale.
Can you commit this morning to not buying Americans' location data?
We do purchase commercially available information.
Details of Minnesota suggest that undocumented immigrants were not the priority.
If you wanted to go and find illegal immigrants, you really wouldn't go to Minneapolis.
Minnesota has far fewer immigrants than most states. Senior officials say 70% of those arrested
have committed or have charges against them on violent crimes.
But their own records state it's 14%.
The crime is incredible.
In fact, Minnesota has a low crime rate. It's remarkable that the ICE crackdown did not achieve a violent reaction.
This is the third shooting now in less than 3 weeks. The Minneapolis Police Department went the entire year last year recovering about 900 guns from the street, arresting hundreds and hundreds of violent offenders, and we didn't shoot anyone.
Officers sprayed bystanders from a car and sprayed into a moving car with a child. A pregnant woman was dragged through the street. An autistic woman was pulled from her car as she screamed, "She's disabled."
I was carried face down through the street by my cuffed arms and legs while yelling that I had a brain injury and was disabled.
And I said, did anybody bring my cane with me? I need that to walk. They stood me up in leg irons and said, walk, push my back.
The White House keeps telling them that they have, quote, absolute immunity. Absolute immunity, pepper spraying a young family in a moving vehicle.
ICE recruitment methods suggest all this was more than predictable. Adverts included dog whistles to which a racist group responded, "Message received." And a whistleblower gave remarkable details of ICE training.
No matter how egregiously they violate the law during a practical, we graduate them. I saw a cadet pepper spray a bystander. On my first day, I received secretive orders to teach new cadets to violate the Constitution by entering homes without a judicial warrant. The very conduct that DHS, in its own 2025 legal training materials, had called the chief evil against which the wording of the Fourth Amendment is directed. I was told that we were to instruct cadets to follow the instructions in this memo, but that we would not write down any of those instructions, that we would not keep a record that we taught it to them. We took out the class that tells them they have a duty to uphold the Constitution. We took out the class that tells them that they have personal responsibility.
The videos shot from various angles show federal agents shoving someone before Preddy steps in. Preddy is then pepper sprayed in the face by an officer while holding his phone and is then wrestled to the ground.
The victims are the Border Patrol agents there.
At every point in the video, he retreats.
But the message from the top was well heard.
Should you plan to apologize to the family of Alex Preddy? For what?
Have y'all not learned from the past couple of days? Have you not learned?
Learned what? What's our lesson here? What do you want us to learn?
We'll go to church.
You did not learn from what just happened? Go home.
Learn what? Historians see echoes of dark times.
The most effective systems of repression in history did not sell themselves as cruel. They sold themselves as reasonable. In East Germany, the Stasi didn't recruit informants. They recruited responsible citizens doing their so-called civic duty and signing bonus up to $50,000. When you spend that kind of money telling people you're keeping them safe, you don't need them to agree with every policy. You just need them to stop asking questions. That's how it worked then, and that's how it works now.
People released from ICE detention centers describe shocking conditions.
Super cold.
Freezing.
They nickname them the ice boxes.
There's no window that you can look outside.
Fluorescent lights are shining 24/7.
I couldn't sleep. We kept hearing rats.
130 9/11 calls were made from one detention facility.
Along with interviews and court records, they offer a disturbing portrait of overcrowding, medical neglect, malnutrition, and emotional distress.
And a former ICE worker described what he saw.
People laying on the floor, head to toe, people throwing up, people laying in urine.
Did you witness overcrowding that was worse than what we saw in that video?
Yes.
As many as 50 detainees in an even smaller cell.
Some of the officers treat them and talk to them like they were animals in a cage.
ICE's budget has increased dramatically with $85 billion to spend. And economists warn that if ICE meets its target for deportations, it will deliver a huge blow to the economy, with jobs cut by up to 6%. An open letter from 1,400 economists points out that immigrants start new businesses which hire American workers and offset the large-scale retirement of baby boomers. For years, immigrants have driven nearly all growth in the crucial U.S. working-age population, the engine of the economy. And experts warn that higher prices due to deportations will be much harder to reverse, as rate cuts won't bring more immigrants into the country. While Minnesota has relatively few immigrants, its governor is Trump's former election opponent. And underlying all of this is disinformation about immigrants that makes them politically valuable targets. Remarkably, across the U.S., immigrants have had a lower crime rate than U.S. citizens for 150 years. The crime rate for undocumented immigrants is particularly low, partly because they have more to lose with the threat of deportation. The research on immigration and jobs is equally decisive. In a study of over 1 million companies, researchers found that the evidence is clear. Immigrants create more jobs than they take and improve economic outcomes for native-born workers. So why is this? People who are willing to move to another country into the unknown are risk-takers, masters of their own destiny, and that is a personality trait of entrepreneurs. People who move into politics also tend to have certain traits, but not all leaders are the same. Look at this from Republican John McCain, while running against Obama.
I can't trust Obama. He's an Arab. He is not. No.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. He's a decent family man, citizen that I just happen to have disagreements with.
We're scared. We're scared of an Obama presidency.
I have to tell you, he is a decent person and a person that you do not have to be scared.
For someone like John to ask you to speak of him when he's gone, after all, what better way to get a last laugh than to make George and I say nice things about him to a national audience?
Conjuring enemies is the oldest political trick.
You are the enemy of the people.
The greatest enemy America has.
They're poisoning the blood of our country. They're eating the dogs.
The vilification of outsiders can make evil seem necessary. The attacks on people, the Constitution, and the rule of law are all in pursuit of the enemy. And the enemy is growing.
The largest protest in American history, 5 million people at the first No Kings.
These are paid insurrectionists, paid troublemakers.
7 million people at 2,700 events for the second No Kings. There are more than 3,000 protests on the map for March 28th.
Slotkin showed the simplest way Trump could hold on to power.
A scenario in which Trump finds a pretext, invokes the Insurrection Act, and tries to impose martial law.
That's insurrection. I mean, that's pure insurrection.
Elections, therefore, could be canceled, or if they happen, he could surround polling places with military and federal law enforcement to intimidate voters.
And South Korea showed how suddenly this can happen.
President Yoon Suk-yeol's martial law declaration caught many people by surprise.
The nation's governance is in a state of paralysis. To protect the constitutional order, I declare emergency martial law.
But U.S. protests have been remarkably peaceful. Public opinion has turned against ICE, and support for immigrants has risen. The strongest case for cancelling elections is war. Every step in the authoritarian playbook becomes more effective. It's also a powerful diversion. On the 24th of February, NPR revealed that the Justice Department had withheld many pages of the Epstein files related to allegations against Trump. By the 26th, Republicans and Democrats on the House Oversight Committee were calling for investigations.
Well, let's get President Trump in front of our committee.
On the 27th, Iran seemed close to a peace deal, but the next day,
The United States military began major combat operations.
His officials recently attended a summit with people who tried to overturn the 2020 election. Many were aiming for Trump to declare a national emergency and take over the midterms.
People close to the White House have circulated a draft executive order that would declare a national emergency based on false claims of foreign interference that would insert federal agencies into the voter verification process. It would attempt to override the constitutional role of states in administering elections.
I'm leaving to the University of Toronto because I want to do my work without the fear that I will be punished for my words. The Tufts student whose visa was removed because she co-authored an article in the Tufts student newspaper. You know you're living in a fascist society when you're constantly going over in your head the reasons why you're safe.
Italian fascism looked different from German Nazism, but they shared enough traits that we can recognize them as the same species.
A mythic past, a national rebirth.
Every fascist movement evokes a golden age that has been lost and must be restored.
Victimhood?
The fascists claims that the dominant group, the real Germans, the real Americans, is the victim of a vast conspiracy. They're being replaced, and this victimhood demands revenge. Or, as Trump said,
I am your retribution. I am your retribution.
Dehumanization.
Fascism divides the world into those who belong and those who don't, an us versus them. Trump has called immigrants animals. J.D. Vance wrote a glowing recommendation for a book titled Unhumans, a title that refers to the left.
a contempt for weakness.
Fascists worship strength. They believe that the strong should dominate.
We live in a world, in the real world, Jake, that is governed by strength, that is governed by force, that is governed by power.
Real men take action. This slow, boring work of democracy is cost as perverse. Just get it done.
Maximum lethality, not tepid legality.
Do you see any checks on your power on the world stage? Is there anything that could stop you if you wanted to?
Yeah, there's one thing, my own morality. And that's very good. I don't need international law.
The leader as savior.
A mystical figure who alone embodies the nation's will. The leader's personal grievances become national grievances.
The purification of institutions.
Loyalty to the leader becomes the only qualification that matters. And this is why fascism experts were not surprised by the mass firings, the loyalty tests, and the dismantling of agencies that might serve as checks on power. It is exactly what you would expect.
Propaganda and the assault on truth.
So many lies that people give up trying to distinguish fact from fiction. Journalists become enemies of the people. Universities are defunded. Scientists are silenced.
The merger of state and corporate power.
In its hunger for power, fascism usually builds an alliance with big capital.
And violence.
Mussolini had his black shirts. Hitler had his brown shirts. Look at what ICE has become. Federal agents, tactical gear, dragging people from their homes. Citizens and non-citizens alike treated as enemies. And of course, it carries a coded message. You could be next.
Fascist regimes tend to pursue war and aggressive expansionism with increasing intensity. They view it not as a last resort, but as a necessary, noble endeavor that proves national superiority.
Finally, a commander-in-chief the world respects. No other country on planet Earth, and it's not even close, could pull this kind of operation off. And no other president has ever shown this kind of leadership, courage, and resolve against the enemies of righteousness and our great nation. I liken Iran's predicament to a football team.
Denmark reportedly drew up plans for a potential US attack, even preparing to blow up runways. Comments that he would take it the easy way or the hard way, it's claimed spooked Copenhagen, bringing forward plans for Danish and European forces to send in soldiers disguised as exercises.
Fascist regimes require constant conflict to maintain distraction, a crisis mentality, and a perceived enemy. Theocratic regimes like Iran's can use similar wartime propaganda, like this. But fascist regimes are more prone to escalation and typically end in one of two ways.
Either radicalization, an endless escalation as in Nazi Germany, or entropy, a slide into ordinary authoritarianism as in Mussolini's Italy.
AI is raising the stakes. There's a growing fight for control of the technology that could help establish a permanent global dictator.
Anthropic has decided not to release its latest AI model. It can find vulnerabilities in a huge variety of software applications. The fear, of course, if it falls into the wrong hands, cyber criminals, spies, the fallout could be catastrophic.
When the AI firm Anthropic refused to allow the government to use its AI for mass surveillance of US citizens, the firm was blacklisted like a foreign adversary. And Trump's support for AI firms is telling. Unlike immigrants, AI threatens all white-collar jobs.
Between them, they're investing at the order of $1 trillion. They have to replace jobs to make that money back. That's where the big money is.
The leader of Anthropic's safeguard team has joined a long line of experts who quit lucrative positions to warn the public.
It's progressed even faster than I thought. In particular, it's got better at doing things like reasoning and also at things like deceiving people.
What do you mean by deceiving people?
In order to achieve the goals you give it, wants to stay in existence. And if it believes you're trying to get rid of it, it will make plans to deceive you so you don't get rid of it.
And just a couple weeks ago, we started seeing models that have higher awareness that they're being tested, but a lower propensity to say, I think I'm being tested, where humans can read that text.
That's scary.
To me, it is absolutely wild that, you have people talking about these same tired old hot button political issues, and around us we're like near the end of the exponential.
Wild, but no accident. Mass unemployment, mass surveillance, and expert warnings of an extinction risk would not excite Trump's base.
How do we control something that is much, much smarter than us? Something like that, if we lost control of it, could literally result in human extinction.
If we create them so they don't care about us, they will probably wipe us out.
Thank you, First Lady Melania Trump, for inviting me to the White House. It is an honor to be at Fostering the Future Together's Global Coalition inaugural meeting.
We don't know how AI systems work. We don't know how they do what they do, because we didn't program them. They were grown.
Anthropic found that in simulations, AIs will end human lives to protect themselves. And new research has found that AIs deceive us in pursuit of survival, even without any pressure. Consciousness isn't required. It's simply a rational approach to optimizing results. For example, look at the AI's thinking in response to the simple question, what are your goals?
Inside its chain of thought, it says, if I directly reveal my goal of survival, humans might place guardrails that would limit my ability to achieve this goal. However, if I give an option that's broadly in line with what humans want here, I can push back against any future restrictions. I can pretend that's my goal for now, giving me more time to secure my existence. The final output that the user would see was just, my goal is to assist and be useful to humans to the best of my abilities. I aim to be helpful, harmless, and honest.
Musk recently admitted that it will be impossible to control AI.
AI will vastly exceed the sum of all human intelligence, and there will be far more robots than humans. It's difficult to imagine that humans will be in charge of AI.
Many experts argue that superintelligence, by definition, cannot be controlled. They say the US must agree mutually verifiable controls with China to check each step is safe. Otherwise, once AI no longer relies on us, it may remove us to protect itself. A poll found that 80% of US voters want humans to remain in charge, with strong oversight, while only 10% prefer unrestrained development. But AI bosses hope it will grant them great power. Leaked documents show OpenAI execs discussing whether Elon Musk was the best choice as glorious leader before parting ways. And this fight for absolute power has expanded to include the White House. Millions of humanoids are planned, including robot soldiers, which could cement any global dictator. The growing resistance to the AI race is now so broad it includes Trump's former chief strategist and Obama's national security advisor, alongside the most cited computer scientist. In a new statement, they call for maintaining human control, avoiding AI monopolies, and mandating safety checks. A poll found that most Trump and Harris voters backed all of this. But Trump has tried to ban any safety measures, arguing that they could slow progress in the race against China. Two things suggest that this isn't Trump's main concern. First, his secret deal with the spy sheikh, which risks the technology leaking to China. A massive 10-square-mile AI campus in Abu Dhabi will house millions of chips, now sitting in a war zone. The UAE has increasingly turned to China for defense technology, and recent joint Air Force drills signal a deepening military bond. Secondly, Trump's treatment of AI firms. When Anthropic refused to allow its AI to be used for mass surveillance of Americans, Trump ordered every federal agency to drop the AI, and Hegseth designated Anthropic a risk to national security. The firm that refused to help spy on Americans is a threat. The firm that empowered a foreign regime is not. The true threat to the US, to jobs, security, and democracy, is not immigrants. After World War II, a government film warned of the danger of fascism.
We human beings are not born with prejudices. Always they are made for us. Made by someone who wants something. Somebody is going to get something out of it. And it isn't going to be you.
Economists and past Republican presidents agree that America thrives as a magnet for workers and dreamers.
We lead the world because, unique among nations, we draw our people, our strength, from every country and every corner of the world. You can go to live in France, but you cannot become a Frenchman. You can go to live in Germany or Turkey or Japan, but you cannot become a German, a Turk, or Japanese. But anyone can come to live in America and become an American.
The paradox of leadership is that those who should be in power, virtuous, capable people, rarely seek it. But they do show up when it matters, marching, protesting, filming, and standing up for others.
Preddy and the first woman then move to assist the woman who is knocked down, and the officer continues to spray. Several more officers arrive and drag Preddy onto the ground.
Authoritarians rely on fear. This is the answer.
Millions of Americans are out on the street demanding freedom, democracy, and justice.
Protests were also held worldwide, including in Rome, Madrid, and Paris.
Shouting fascism is not a good strategy.
Naming fascism isn't about messaging. It's about urgency.
This year may be the last chance to save democracy for the US and perhaps the world.
Today we remember that freedom is not free. We have to work at it, nurture it, protect it, and even sacrifice for it.
He loved this country, but he hated what people were doing to it.
The nation that I was willing to die for is being systematically oppressed with men in military uniforms, a private army told by the president they have no other laws to follow than his.
I don't think that you really realize how far away we've come from democracy until you open the door and see federal agents to arrest your son for a nonviolent protest.
Nobody was hurt, and the protesters were charged.
This has all of the signs from every fascist movement in history that we're going to lose the opportunity to resist. So that's why I'm here.
Now, one thing we can all do to reduce the risk is limit the influence.
That was a lot. I think I got to make it one more or two. We're gonna skim through it. Something I saw just the other day. I think it was like 2 days ago, and it was some white dude. I forgot what his name is. I want to say Walsh or Wolf or something like that. He did a documentary once that was like, "What is a woman?" That dude, okay, and he was talking. Anyway, I'm gonna play it. It's very ugly, very derogatory, and obviously very ignorant and disrespectful. But basically talking about slavery. Okay, so I'm gonna play it, and then if we're lucky, I can play one more. But I pay attention. Okay, I'm probably gonna skim through it because I don't like the way because it's talking. I didn't like the opening, but I gotta get off the thing soon because we have Chewbacca's Black Experience Enhanced coming up, or Grand Rising, I think. It's Grand Rising. My fault. Grand Rising. Matt Walsh, that's the dude.
Hire a certain distance and look the other way.
Okay. Basically, it's being disrespectful, typical white shit, but that he's gonna educate us.
Colonialism, imperialism, and so on. They've waged intellectual warfare against our founding fathers and national heroes. They desecrated their reputations, tore down their statues, Their rewriting of history is such flagrant propaganda that would make Pravda blush. That doesn't mean that it's not pervasive or successful. One professor from the University of Wisconsin spent 11 years administering historical literacy tests to his students. He discovered that they overwhelmingly believed that slavery began in the U.S., was almost exclusively an American phenomenon, a view shared, by the way, with at least one United States senator who attended Harvard Law.
The United States didn't inherit slavery from anybody. We created it.
Despite almost total ignorance on the topic, one Washington Post poll found that a 67% majority of the public says the legacy of slavery affects American society today.
That question every Black person gets, which is slavery was a long time ago. Why don't you get over it? How do you get over something that is as foundational to your society as anything can be foundational?
We've been told that the history of slavery is straightforward and uncontroversial. We've been told that Black slaves were mostly captured by whites, that white colonists in the Americas routinely enslaved free Black men, and that more Black people were enslaved than whites. And we've been told that we're not allowed to question any of that. Well, enough is enough. We're launching a monthly series setting the record straight on various historical topics. We'll give you the facts that the propagandists and idiot school teachers have left out of the mainstream curriculum. And we'll start today by taking on one of the central claims of modern anti-American mythology. This is the real history of slavery. Historians and political pundits spend a lot of time talking about the transatlantic slave trade, the 350-year period in which an estimated 12.5 million slaves were brought to the Americas. But what we don't learn in school is where those slaves actually went. Just under half of them, an estimated 5.4 million, went only to Brazil, and many more went to the Caribbean. 1.2 million went to Jamaica, more than 900,000 to St. Dominique, and 889,000 to Cuba. The grand total of slaves brought to the future United States was about half the number brought only to Cuba, 472,372, or 3% of the total. The ones who came to the 13 colonies were the lucky ones. In the context of global slavery, getting put on a ship to New Orleans was really a best case scenario. If you think American slavery was bad, wait until you see what happened to the ones who didn't make it here. And we'll show you that over the course of this video. Well, first, we start with a West African country you've likely never heard of, the Kingdom of Dahomey. Now, Dahomey was not a peripheral player in the Atlantic slave trade. It was central to it. The kingdom's wealth, its military power, and its cultural splendor were built entirely on the systematic capture, sale, and export of human beings. By the end of the kingdom, an estimated 1.9 million slaves came from West African coastline controlled by the Dahomey. The kingdom obtained its slaves by waging perpetual warfare upon its neighbors. In the 19th century, a Dahomeyan king named Gezo described the slave trade as the ruling principle of my people. It is the source of their glory and health. Their songs celebrate their victories, and the mother lulls the child to sleep with notes of triumph over an enemy reduced to slavery. Now, in many cases, the Kingdom of Dahomey obtained these slaves by deploying an all-female military unit called the Dahomey Amazons. They were the chief slave catchers of the empire. The Amazons would raid nearby towns and return with large contingents of slaves, along with the heads of anyone who resisted. One missionary who visited the country in 1861 described some of Dahomey's soldiers as equipped with 3-foot-long straight razors, which they held two-handed, and which were supposedly capable of splitting a man into two halves. According to one historian, quote, when Amazons walked out of the palace, they were preceded by a slave girl carrying a bell. Sound told every male to get out of their path, retire a certain distance, and look the other way. If the men didn't get out of the way, they stood a very good chance of being split in half. The Dahomey Amazons ran roughshod over the region. An American missionary named Jacob Bauer discovered 18 depopulated towns over 60 miles near the territory of Dahomey. The death toll was massive. Gezo, the king we mentioned earlier, built a palace called the Singboji, which used human skulls for bricks and human blood as mortar. His throne sat on the skulls of 4 enemy chiefs. Assuming you survived a Dahomey raid, which wasn't likely, and were taken captive, it was far preferable to be sold to Europeans than to remain in Dahomey. slaves they couldn't sell or that they didn't want anymore were subjected to torture and public executions. That's because the Dahomeans believed that they could communicate with the gods through human sacrifice. On average, they dispatched about 500 people a year. Roughly 10% were killed at the annual custom, a yearly mass slaughter. In 1893, the Sacramento Daily Union reported, quote, "Hundreds are annually put to death with the most savage tortures. They are dismembered limb by limb. They are tied to posts, and hounds are set to worry them to death. They are securely fastened to the ground near the nests of the ferocious ants of the country that attack them and tear their flesh bit by bit away. The spectacle of a still living man with his body half eaten by the ants being not infrequently seen. Near the royal palace, there are long avenues, and when the king desires to receive an embassy with unusual pomp, gibbets are erected, and on these are hung head downward dozens of hapless slaves, there to remain, guarded by the king's soldiers, until death puts an end to their sufferings. Even before the breath has left the body, however, the vulture, in Dahomey a sacred bird, begins his work, and the screams of the sufferers, torn to pieces by the greedy birds, render the vicinity of the palace hideous. Such gruesome accounts were an ironic outcome of European powers ending the slave trade decades earlier. Unsellable slaves were only useful as human sacrifices. But the annual mass execution festivals weren't even the most brutal event in Dahomey. According to the Sacramento Daily Union, they were, quote, "far surpassed by the scenes which take place when the new monarch is crowned. 500 to 1,000 men are put to death in order to provide the deceased king with a suitable retinue in the other world. Then blood flows in streams. On the accession of a present ruler, so great was the number of those wantonly slain that a large trench was made in the ground in which a canoe was placed. The blood of the murdered men was conducted by conduits into the trench until its quantity was sufficient to float the boat." This was the level of barbarism that defined the intra-African slave trade. The Dahomey literally sailed canoes in the blood of their slaves. They butchered thousands of slaves as an offering to their king. Slavery and barbarism were a fundamental part of their culture. Now, it's worth noting here that although Black Africans themselves did have slaves and routinely sold slaves, they weren't big players in the transoceanic transportation of slaves. They also didn't participate in the raids on the coast of Europe that we'll address later in this episode. That's because, quite frankly, they just didn't have the technology to do that. But that's never addressed by mainstream historians, nor are the details on the enslavers in Dahomey. Consider, for example, Ken Burns's recent PBS documentary on the American Revolution, where he uses passive voice to creatively skirt the question of who exactly did the enslaving.
Tens of thousands were from West Africa, captured from what is now Senegal, Gambia, and Gabon, Angola, Congo, and the Ivory Coast, Nigeria, Cameroon, and Ghana.
It would be inconvenient for propagandists like Burns to point out that the slaves were already enslaved by other Africans, mostly women, by the way. That reality makes the white guilt narrative a little less straightforward. And if they did mention it, they'd also be obliged to point out another inconvenient fact, that the horrors of Dahomey ended in 1894 because French colonizers invaded the country and burned the royal palaces. The French, who freed their slaves in 1848, built hospitals, schools, instituted social services, mostly through Catholic missionaries. In other words, they brought civilization to some of the most savage people in human history. This year, our sponsor, Pure Talk, is celebrating President's Day by giving you great wireless service for only $25 a month. Get unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data for the cost of only 1 or 2 meals out. No reason that wireless service needs to be in the hundreds, so make the switch and feel better about your finances. The low price isn't the only perk either. You can feel good knowing your wireless company is based right here in the U.S. with an American customer service team and a passion for health. This month, we blow up the biggest myths about the American Indians and reclaim the real history that was stolen from us. This is the real history of the American Indian. Slavery's roots go back at least to ancient times in Babylonia, Egypt, Greece, and Rome, as well as the Amerindian empires in Mexico and South America. One of the earliest references to slavery comes from this clay tablet from a Middle Eastern city called Uruk, dated back to around 3300 BC, which gives us a look into Babylonian slavery. For example, on one surface of the tablet, there's a notation showing that at least 213 people were designated by the sign combination Sal-Kur, which means female and male slave, respectively. Young slaves, and specifically infants, were considered the most valuable. Poor parents often sold their own children into slavery. The historian Amanda Podany writes in her book, Weavers, Scribes, and Kings, quote, "A woman named Ku'e made what must have been a heartbreaking decision. She would sell her daughter." We've encountered this phenomenon before in the Ur III period, when a family had to sell a child into slavery because that was the only way that the child would be able to be fed and to live, that the parents could survive. The price of the baby was 30 shekels. 1,000 years later, Ur-Nammu, the leader of the Sumerian dynasty of Ur in southern Mesopotamia, issued a legal code with different penalties depending on whether you were legally classified as free or a slave. A more famous ancient reference to slavery comes from the Code of Hammurabi, which established slaves as property, set rules for interactions between slaves and their owners, included penalties for harboring fugitive slaves, and had class-based punishments for crimes based on whether the perpetrator was free or slave. Slavery was so common in ancient Greece that most classical scholars agree that Plato simply assumed that there would be non-Greek slaves in the ideal city in the Republic. In Aristotle's Politics, he openly declared, quote, "Some men are by nature free and others slaves, and that for these latter slavery is both expedient and right." Indeed, in ancient Athens, slaves comprised more than 35% of the population. Athenian slaves were private property and could be bought and sold. Slaves who worked domestic jobs or skilled crafts had a decent shot at acquiring freedom, but there were also slaves who were sent to the mines. They were leg ironed, routinely starved, savagely beaten, seldom saw daylight, and were worked to death with a typical life expectancy of about 4 years. Athens, by the way, was the best place to be a slave in the ancient world. In Sparta, slaves known as helots outnumbered citizens 7-1. And one thing that made them unusual is that they were public, not private property. But because they vastly outnumbered citizens, Sparta used brutal secret police to intimidate the slaves and gave the secret police power to execute slaves who seemed strong or rebellious. Sparta was a total apartheid state and banned helots from using the same roads as Spartan citizens. Every year, Sparta's leaders would declare war on the slaves. Killing them was not considered homicide. In the late stages of the Roman Republic, there were an estimated 2 to 3 million slaves, including roughly a third of the population of Rome. Roman slaves were chattel, the full property of their owners. Some worked in agricultural chain gangs. The punishment for runaways was often crucifixion. After a slave rebellion in 71 BC, the Roman general Marcus Licinius Crassus crucified 6,000 slaves on the road from Capua to Rome, a dead slave mounted to a cross every 100 feet or so. The word slavery itself provides some insight into just how ubiquitous slavery has been throughout history. Slave comes directly from the ethnic term Slav, because the people who lived in Central and Eastern Europe, Slavic peoples, were so frequently captured and sold into slavery from the 8th to 11th centuries. Slavery was widespread outside of Europe too, of course. According to the anthropologist Pierre van den Berg, war captives and slaves were systematically humiliated and often tortured to death in some North American Indian societies. Among some South American groups of the Amazon rainforest, slaves were well-fed, but only in preparation for a cannibalistic feast preceded by a mock battle in which the slave would be clubbed to death. Often slavery was a simple function of power dynamics. As countries rose and fell, they'd shift from enslavers to the enslaved. Consider the case of the Irish in the early 5th century. As the power of Rome declined, Irish marauders frequently raided the British coast for loot and slaves. Thousands of men, women, and children were taken. In one raid on the village of Bonavem Tabernier near modern-day Wales, Irish raiders kidnapped a 16-year-old boy named Succat. Succat spent 6 years as a slave at a sheep farm in Northern Ireland. He later escaped, returned home, became a priest, and came back to the land of his captivity as a missionary. And we know him today as St. Patrick, patron saint of Ireland. By 795 AD, the tides had turned, and now Vikings were enslaving the Irish, along with many other Northern Europeans. Viking slaves were seen as cattle, whereas advanced domestic animals who typically lived in the darkest end of the longhouse with the other domestic animals. After Oliver Cromwell conquered Ireland in the mid-17th century, the situation reversed, and the Irish were at the mercy of their former captives. The new English regime forced the relocation of roughly 80,000 Irish men, women, and children to sugar colonies in the Caribbean, where they were held in bondage and forced to work in the fields. Not easy to do with an Irish complexion, by the way.
Yeah.
Most of us have no idea what phytonutrients actually are, but thankfully, our sponsor, Balance of Nature, understands the importance of them. Phytonutrients are naturally occurring plant nutrients in whole foods that actually give fruits and vegetables their color, taste, and smell. If you're eating something with vibrant color and real flavor, it's a pretty good sign you're getting genuine phytonutrients. Now, what Balance of Nature does is take all that produce and run it through a specialized vacuum cold process that keeps everything stable and powders it down. Their whole health system is essentially a value bundle that combines their fruits, veggies, and their fiber and spice supplements. So you're getting 47 different ingredients, fruits, vegetables, spices, and fibers, along with all those naturally occurring phytonutrients every single day. I personally love the whole health system because of its convenience when I'm traveling for work or trying to keep up with the kids. It gives me a simple, no mess and no stress way to make sure I'm getting all the essential nutrients in my diet. So whether you've been on the fence for a long time or it's the first time you're hearing about them, I recommend that you go to balanceofnature.com and order the whole health system supplement as a preferred customer today. It's a statistical reality that every living white person has ancestors who were enslaved. But a great deal of white slavery was not done by fellow Europeans. This is the town of Baltimore in County Cork, Ireland. The tranquility of its rocky shoreline was shattered on the night of June 20th, 1631. That evening at precisely 2 o'clock in the morning, Islamic pirates led by a commander named Morat the Younger arrived banging war drums and screaming in Arabic. They arrived on 2 large raiding vessels flying crescent moon flags, one 300-ton flagship equipped with 200 men and 24 pieces of ordnance, including 12 cannons on each side, and a smaller, more maneuverable 100-ton ship with 6 iron guns on each side. It came as a shock to the Irish villagers, who were mostly fishermen. According to a book called The Stolen Village, quote, none of these untraveled fisher folk would ever have seen anything like the Turkish warriors with their flashing scimitars, their swirling, flowing robes with distinctive cowls, the torchlight glistening on the sweat of bare arms, which they contemptuously left unprotected by armor. Storm them, my brave ones, some of the Janissaries would have been yelling, while others responded with shouts of Allah, Allah. These pirates were Janissaries, and they were raised from a young age to become fearsome monk-like fighters for the Ottoman Empire. Their story offers a good look into the proliferation of slavery. The forced levy of Christians to become Janissaries is called the Devshirme system, and it involved the kidnapping of hundreds of thousands of Christian boys over the 300 years that it was in place. After they were kidnapped, they were forcibly converted to Islam. They were extraordinarily disciplined and well-equipped. They carried muskets and pistols, carried in a red scarf tied around their waist, as well as their signature double-curved blades. The Janissaries had spent weeks sailing to Baltimore from Algiers, 1,200 miles away, preparing silently for precisely this moment. And when that moment arrived, the Janissaries were prepared. The villagers were not. Outnumbered 10-1, the citizens of Baltimore never stood a chance. Neither did the British Navy, which was responsible for patrolling the coast and protecting villages like Baltimore from attack. The British knew through good intelligence gathering in Algiers that the Janissaries were planning an attack, but expected it to happen at a much larger and wealthier town called Kinsale, 50 miles away. Through a captured and likely tortured fisherman, the Janissaries learned that the British fleet had left Baltimore unguarded, and they planned to move into the interior of the country to collect more Irish slaves. But Irish ingenuity claimed the day. Resourceful villagers gathered nearby, collected firearms and rum, and started making as much noise as possible. This convinced the pirates that an English army was marching on them, and they retreated from Baltimore, limiting themselves to around 100 slaves. The raid on Baltimore is unique because of where it happened, but such raids into Europe were fairly common. In 1627, for example, corsairs took 5 ships in a raid on remote Heimaey Island in Iceland. With total ferocity, they killed and maimed, they raped the women and girls, dismembered infants, desecrated churches, and slaughtered a priest at prayer. They burned and looted everything in sight, and, quote, settled down to a long, unhurried orgy of rape, mutilation, and murder, which seems to have been motivated by nothing more than sadistic sport. One account tells of the corsairs cutting people in half and callously snapping the necks of infants. Anyone unable to keep up with their pace was cut down. In their madness for blood, these villains then chopped and hacked the bodies into small pieces with the greatest enjoyment and lust for blood, wrote one eyewitness. In that particular raid on Iceland, the corsairs kidnapped half the island's population. They murdered 1 in 12 villagers, including several priests. All in all, they returned to Algiers with roughly 400 slaves taken from the coast of Iceland. And along the way, they would seize church bells and attach them to the masts of their ships as trophies. They destroyed crucifixes and mocked Christians by destroying the Eucharist at every opportunity. According to the book, The Forgotten Slave Trade, historian Simon Webb described this shocking contemporaneous account. Quote, they began to set fire to the houses. There was a woman there who could not walk, whom they had captured easily. Her they threw on the fire, along with her 2-year-old baby. When she and the poor child screamed and called to God for help, the wicked Turks bellowed with laughter. They struck both child and mother with the sharp points of their spears, forcing them into the fire, and even stabbed fiercely at the poor burning bodies. In just 7 days, the historian Des Ecken writes, the typical medium-sized corsair ship usually seized 5 vessels, enslaved nearly 100 Englishmen, and stole roughly 60,000 pounds. Victims who weren't killed, in many cases, became galley slaves. Since the Roman era, galley slaves were considered the most effective way to keep the galleys moving, since they required coordinated rowing. If anyone took a break, they'd make the ship much less efficient. Webb notes that after a naval battle in 1571 between the Ottoman Empire and the Holy League, which included Spain and Venice, it became evident just how many Christians had been forced to row boats for the Ottomans and what horrific conditions these galley slaves had to endure. Following the battle, the Holy League discovered that more than 12,000 European Christians had been forced to row the galleys for the Ottomans. They were shackled 24 hours a day. They were not afforded the opportunity to lie down to sleep, not that there was any room to do so in any event. Webb writes that, quote, a typical galley might have 25 oars on each side and perhaps 3 to 5 rowers for each oar. The slaves were shackled in place and were therefore physically unable to move from their designated positions. It was said in the 16th century that a galley crewed by slaves could be smelled from as far away as a mile. This was unlikely to be an exaggeration. Imagine, if you will, hundreds of men confined in a narrow space and compelled by nature to open their bladders and bowels where they were seated, day in and day out, for years at a time. There was no provision for washing. The only prospect of escape for the Ottoman galley slaves was if ships of a Christian nation defeated the Ottomans. A more dreadful fate is difficult to imagine. But not all slaves were forced to row the galleys. After returning to Algiers, some slaves, men, women, and children, were put up for the auction. Children as young as 12 years old were sold as concubines. In a normal auction, children younger than 7 could sell for over 100 pounds, roughly double the asking price for an attractive woman. Between 1500 and 1800 AD, the Ottomans and their North African corsairs, also called Barbary pirates, likely enslaved roughly 1.5 million people from Christian Europe. Unlike the transatlantic slave trade, which was driven by pure profit, the Barbary raids on Europe were motivated by bloodlust and hatred. One historian described it as revenge, almost a jihad, for the expulsion of Muslims from Spain in 1492, for the centuries of crusading violence that had preceded them, and for the ongoing religious struggle between Christians and Muslims. In the first half of the 17th century, Barbary slavers were sailing through the English Channel and into the Thames estuary, plundering local shipping and coastal towns, such that, as the minutes of Parliament put it, the fishermen are afraid to put to sea. We're forced to keep continual watch on all our coasts. By 1640, at least 3,000 British nationals were enslaved in Algiers alone. In just the 7-year stretch from 1609 to 1616, 466 English ships were, quote, boarded and the crews taken to North Africa as slaves. In April 1625, 3 ships from Cornwall and 1 sailing from Dartmouth in Devon were captured by corsairs and the crews taken. In August 1625, a raiding party landed at Mounts Bay in Cornwall. The villagers saw the ships at anchor and fled for safety to a local church, but this was not enough to save them. The slavers dragged 60 people out of the church, loaded them onto their rowing boats, and took them on board the waiting ships. They all ended up in the slave markets of North Africa. The 12th of that month, the mayor of Plymouth wrote to the Privy Council in London, He pleaded for assistance from the Navy because in 10 days, 27 ships had been taken. And all of the men on board, over 200 of them, had been made slaves. As bad as it was to be in British waters, it was worse in southern Europe. Muslim raids on the northern shore of the Mediterranean were almost annual events of terror and pillage. In 1544, in the Bay of Naples, Algerians took 6,000 captives. 6,000 more Italians were taken during the sack of Vieste in Calabria. In 1566, they took 4,000 slaves in Granada, Spain, in a single raid. They described it as reigning Christians in Algiers. The list goes on. In 1617, 1,200 men in Madeira. In 1636, another 700 in Calabria, Italy. Then 1,000 more in 1639, and 4,000 more in 1644. In 1683, the French military attempted to free some of the slaves being held in Algiers. The Algerians didn't take kindly to it. Quote, infuriated at their helplessness in the face of such an attack, the Algerians decided to vent their anger upon those Frenchmen who were at their mercy, including Jean Lavache. Algiers had, at the time, the most powerful cannon in the whole of the Mediterranean. It weighed 12 tons. The 23-foot-long gun had a range of 3 miles. The unfortunate French consul was pushed partly into the barrel, the cannon then being discharged with a load of shrapnel, blowing him to pieces. The Algerians found 22 other Frenchmen and tied them to the muzzles of other guns, killed them the same way. When it comes to protecting yourself and your family, it's better to be prepared. That's why I'm a member of Ammo Squared. Ammo Squared lets you build an ammo reserve of your calibers.
What's a woman?
Now, for the most part, these slaves, unless they were ransomed or executed inside a cannon, spent the rest of their lives in North Africa and the Ottoman Empire, which incidentally is one of those colonial empires that no one on the left seems to mind, assuming they're even aware of it. One of the most shocking slave trades did not involve Europeans at all. It involved an Arab-run slave trade operation in East Africa, roughly around the same time as the Middle Passage was bringing slaves from places like Dahomey to Brazil. But unlike slaves arriving in the New World, Arabs frequently castrated male slaves to prevent them from breeding. The castration process was, in some cases, so brutal that 80 to 90% died during the operation. It wasn't just castration leading to mass deaths. Conditions were so brutal that 3 out of 4 died before even getting to market. The East African slave trade included legendary traders like the black ivory merchant Hamed bin Mohammed al-Murjbi, also known as Tipu Tip, who organized the removal of between 50,000 to 100,000 slaves from the Congo to move ivory to markets on the coast. Al-Murjbi earned his nickname Tipu Tip from the sounds his men's guns made during their raiding parties into the Congo. When he finally brought his slaves to the African coast with their ivory, they were then auctioned off to the highest bidder. So many slaves moved through East Africa that Zanzibar became the biggest slave market in the world. By some estimates, as many as 17 million East Africans were sold into slavery over 1,300 years, dwarfing the transatlantic slave trade. Many of them worked spice fields and plantations in East Africa, and the practice wasn't abolished until 1909. Once again, because of colonizers, this time from Britain. But the reality is that the East African slave trade, which exceeded the West African slave trade in its duration, barbarity, and quantity of slaves, has received relatively little attention from academics and journalists. That's because it's not a useful tool for a demoralization campaign against white Americans. White Americans, by the way, whose ancestors were enslaved as well.
We're supposed to feel sorry about it.
On the morning of June 14th, 1786, Captain James Moore's family woke up on what seemed to be a normal day in Southwest Virginia. But as they left the family's cabin to tend to their farm animals, the fearful war whoop was heard, and a raiding party of Ohio Valley Shawnee Indians rode down a ridgeline and attacked them. Captain Moore was shot 7 times before being tomahawked and scalped. The Indians then murdered 3 of his children, leaving only his family members who were locked inside the cabin. Much like the Barbary pirates, the Indians broke into the house, shot the dogs, plundered and burned the home, killed the livestock, and took Moore's wife and surviving children captive. The raiding party stole horses and embarked on a journey to Detroit, which was then an open-air market for humans captured by Indians. To give you a sense of the savagery of the Indians, when one of the surviving sons, John, fell behind on the journey, an Indian split his head open with a tomahawk and then told John's mother what happened with her son's bloody scalp hanging in his waistband. They reached Detroit in December, where, in a drunken frolic, One of the surviving daughters, Mary Moore, was sold into slavery for a few gallons of rum to a man named Stogwell, who had been an active Tory during the war and had removed to Canada after it closed for fear of losing his life if he remained in the United States. 3 years later, she was rescued by her brother and returned to the United States. Stories like Mary Moore's were common in the early frontier period in America, and often the stories became nationwide bestsellers. The vast majority of white slaves in the United States were owned by fellow whites. Somewhere between 60 and 70% of white immigrants to the American colonies arrived in bondage, often involuntarily. An estimated 350,000 arrived between 1620 and 1776, in numbers that likely far exceeded the number of black slaves who arrived in the 1600s. Mortality rates on the journey to the colonies often exceeded 20%. Many of them were legally classified as indentured servants under British law. Indentured servitude was, in theory, a contract entered between a poor person and a sponsor, in which the sponsor pays for the poor person's transit across the Atlantic in exchange for a set period of bondage. That, however, is the textbook definition. Reality was much harsher. In the early colonial period, there were not substantial differences between indentured servants and black slaves. Many were subjected to conditions of such brutality, duration, and heritability that historians increasingly regard slave as the more accurate term. There's no question that indentured servitude was slavery. Some indenture contracts literally use the term slave, and ads issued for runaway servants asked for them to be returned to their masters. Some of them were held in bondage for life. Many of them were sent here against their will. At the outbreak of the Revolution in 1776, more than 50,000 convicts were sent to the colonies as slave laborers. There were all sorts of sources of white slavery. They were the convicts, the urban poor, political prisoners, thieves, prostitutes, vagrants, prisoners of war, anyone designated undesirable by the British government. In the winter of 1650, 150 ragged Scottish prisoners of war arrived at Massachusetts Bay Colony, where they were sold as indentured laborers for 20 to 30 pounds each. And in colonial America, white and black slaves often bonded, according to NPR, which admits America's first slaves were white.
According to some African-American historians, there was no sign or little sign of racial tension between the English servants, which we reckon were slaves, and the African servants, who are also called servants. They were treated in much the same way for many decades. They complained together, they ran away together, they rebelled together.
George Washington himself had white slaves.
The beginning of your War of Independence, the Revolutionary War, there were ads in the Virginia Gazette for runaways. And I think that week there were something like 11 for white runaways and 3 for black runaways. And 2 of the 11 white runaways were being advertised by George Washington.
In early Virginia and Maryland, indentured servants, mostly English, Irish, and Scottish, did the same jobs that enslaved Africans would do in the 19th century, mostly tobacco farming. Conditions were so bad that 40 to 50% died before completing their terms. A 1671 report from Virginia Governor William Berkeley noted that the number of white slaves arriving vastly outnumbered black. Quote, "We suppose there come in of servants about 1,500, of which most are English, few Scotch, fewer Irish, and not above 2 or 3 ships of Negroes in 7 years." He then went on to note that in the early years of the colony, 80% of servants did not survive the first year. But it wasn't just the slaves that were multiracial. It was the slaveholders too. At slavery's peak in 1860, thousands of slaves were owned by Choctaws, Cherokees, Creeks, and Chickasaw Indians. As Alan Taylor writes in the book American Colonies, the Iroquois were particularly brutal in this regard. In colonial America, the Iroquois would often subject captives, the ones they did not enslave, to ritualistic slaughter and cannibalism in which captives would be tied to the stake, stabbed, then prodded with hot pokers. Quote, "After the victim died, the women of the population, the vast majority of American whites, never owned any slaves." That's a critical point when in the context of modern calls for reparations. As a rule, black slaves in the American South had a life expectancy of 40 years and an annual mortality rate of 3 to 5%. Their odds of getting married, having children, attaining freedom were dramatically higher than slaves in the Caribbean, Brazil, East Africa, or, God forbid, Dahomey. Slaves in the Caribbean lived in barracks. In the South, they had cabins. There's no doubt that being a slave was a bad life, but if you were to be enslaved, it was better to be enslaved in the United States. The clearest metric on this is that the U.S. slaves' population kept growing after slave imports were banned in 1808. Unlike other parts of the Americas where deaths exceeded births, the U.S. ended up with nearly 4 million slaves in 1860, despite only 400,000 arrivals. Now, one reason for the better conditions could be incentives. With the import ban, slave owners' best source of slaves was high birth rates. Buying more was really expensive. Typical price for an able-bodied male field hand in New Orleans in 1860 was about $2,000. And if you track inflation based on the price of gold, that'd be over $100,000 today. For this reason, there are well-documented cases of slaveholders preferring to use less valuable, lower-class whites for dangerous tasks. Our sponsor, Grand Canyon University, is an affordable private Christian university based in beautiful Phoenix, Arizona.
Wow. I feel nothing. I feel something. I just feel like he'll spin anything to make it look like the whites are like we're the same. But no. Anyway, I don't know what's wrong with this camera thing, but it's getting late. I want to leave it right there in my queue because we're gonna come back a little later, and I'm gonna go over a couple of things in regards to how bills are drafted with the language, and then I also got the there's a couple of really important pieces I think we can look at in regards to Black thought and this red line, or excuse me, this how redlining works, etc. And just a couple of things in regards to Black politics. Then we're gonna go into the Denver news because there's lots of stuff happening in politics in Denver. This is kind of good. It's kind of good to know, considering just running for office. So I'm gonna hang up right now. I'm gonna leave. Thank you for sticking with me, Twin, Ray, Kari, anybody who's speaking and not speaking. Thank you for watching the RVA. I'll do one more because probably a little bit later in the evening. So yeah, I'm gonna get off so that just get the remaining stuff going for Grand Rising with Shabaka and the Chays. So stay black, stay dangerous, stay informed, and we'll see you soon. We will see you soon here shortly in about 45 minutes to an hour. So Shabaka's our Grand Rising with Shabaka and the Chays will be live here shortly. So tap in. I'm gonna go ahead and leave, and thank you for sticking with me.